Gega. I am the chair of the Association of Kenyan Diaspora Organizations based here in Atlanta. And we're reaching out to all of our communities, not only in the Atlanta area, but as many states and continents as we can. Today's event, or this year's event, is really about spreading the message of goodwill and investments and trade about Kenya and other regions that we trade with, especially with the United States of America, and driving trade. So with that said, I'm going to take the next several minutes to literally get the program started. I think what we'll do, in the interest of time, we'll play our national anthems, the Kenya national anthem first. Then we'll play the American national anthem. And then we'll have a word of prayer. And then we'll get right to the program itself. I think we're probably going to have other folks joining us later this afternoon. But we still, we got to keep it moving, right? Wouldn't you all agree? Yes, and we will be acknowledging a lot of our guests that have come from far and wide, especially from Kenya, from out of state, and all over the place that are with us today. So without further ado, please all stand up for the Kenyan national anthem in Swahili. First stanza only. All right, we all ready? All right. E Mungu nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu, akiwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na undugu, amani na uhuru, raha tupate na ustawi. Thank you, thank you. And then we're gonna run. I can't get the words right for the American. So I'm gonna play it off of YouTube. It's a safer bet. So let's do that really quickly. If I can get this to run, just please remain standing. There we go. Hang on. Sorry, technical glitch. That's the end of it, right? Yeah. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you so much, thank you. So, all right, at this point, I want to call our bishop, Dr. Gigi Gitai, to please come and share a word of prayer with us, please.
morning. Hello, good morning. I don't think I'm going to come back here because I told the chair I will be generous to donate my time for the sake of those who've coming from Kenya, but to extend a hand of welcome to those who are new to this city. Mimi ni mmoja wapo wa wazee wa nyumba kumi. You know about nyumba kumi? Every 10 homes. And we are happy that we are here with the interaction. We've had a beautiful, beautiful. If you're looking for something bigger than we had yesterday, sijui unaangalia nini. You know, those of us who have churches, we talk about when 2 or 3 are gathered and God is there, is a quorum. Sure? And I want you to be positive. Sometimes God needs one mighty person or mighty women and men to do great things. And out of this summit, I'm sure, even in our interaction, we'll be inspired. And we look forward to a fruitful day. Na wale wataweza, tuonane kesho kwa ibada, even as we celebrate our country and trade and the opportunities that God has availed to us. Let us pray. God of our ancestors, God of generations that are past, generations present, and generations to come. We thank you because you brought us to this beautiful world. You have entrusted us so that we may become stewards of that which you've created. You've given us great minds. You've given us courage. You have given us the opportunity to live in the two worlds. And therefore this morning we thank you for all that you've done in and through us. We thank you for men and women who have traveled far and near to come in this room to talk about things that affect us as a nation, as nations, as Kenya, as America, even with our sister from Uganda here. I pray that you're going to give us fruitful day. Give us sober mind. We thank you for the refreshment we've heard. Thank you for the hands that are prepared. As we meet, oh God, let us be excited about the opportunities that we have, especially in this country, and for our motherland of Kenya. We continue to thank you for the great land of Kenya and all its beautiful people. And for this great, the United States of America, where we've come, how we pray that you may bless these great nations, even our neighboring country of Uganda, Tanzania, Rwanda, Burundi, and all those neighbors. So come, Lord Jesus, and be in our midst. It is our prayer of faith, and we say it in Jesus' name. Amen, amen. God bless you, and good morning.
Amen. Thank you. Thank you so much, Bishop. All right, so moving right along, at this point, I think what it says here on our program today, just really quickly, is Jacob, Professor Ngaki, yeah, so I'm going to hand this over to you, but I want to start with the preface of what I mentioned earlier about what this is really all about. It's the substance of what we in the diaspora are capable of doing for the benefit and welfare of us all. I think we very, very, very uniquely situated to be able to influence activities, not just where we live in this country or countries that are considered being diaspora countries, but also back home in Kenya. I hope to have we'll have a chance to actually expand on what I'm talking about now, but it just so happens that the geopolitical realignment around the world is such that Africa is taking center stage from the powers that be, those that we consider to be in charge of running the world. And it's not just by accident. You know, there's a reason for it, and that's really because they see a lot of potential coming out of Africa. I think if you look all over the place, what we're being told is that Africa is the next frontier. I think that's the terminology that a lot of people are using. So we're very uniquely positioned now as the world turns, especially right after COVID. Folks are looking to get away from single sourcing, where we're getting a lot of products and services from China. They're looking where else businesses want to set shop, or they want to set shop in Africa. That looks the next destination. So those of us that see those opportunities are really well poised, well positioned to take advantage of it. And that's the entirety of what this is about. What is it that we have or we offer that we can leverage these opportunities? Like the saying goes, success is opportunity and preparedness, meeting. Once they meet, everything else, tends to fall in place. So with that said, I want to take this chance to welcome my friend. We go way back, many, many moons, but I want to extend this opportunity to Dr. Jacob Ongaki, to give us a few remarks of what he's advancing. Please, a hand of applause.
Thank you so much. You're welcome. I wanted to set it up, but if it's not a project, I can just do without. No, can you? Can we? Yeah. You just have to.
Yeah, so just a moment.
So thank you guys for all of this. You hear me? All right. I just wanted to speak louder, like I can put it like this. All right. So thank you all for attending here today in the summit. And I think I wanted to acknowledge those guests who are here, especially like those who have traveled from far, those from especially our senators, Manduku from Nyumbani home, Omtata, and all those guests from the United States who travel from different parts and to be here. I think it's a great, great honor to have you here. I know you guys say all protocols observed. Us in academia, we just go by the program on how the things is set up. So you are all welcome, and we'll continue to interact as the day progresses. So I don't know if I can be able to even see, so I can just be able to see what's on the slide. My name is Jacob Ongaki, and I live in the state of Colorado. I've lived in New Hampshire, that is New England, back to Texas. We still hope that we'll return back to Texas, me and my family. I wanted to acknowledge my wife, Lillian Ongaka over there. And in that, I just wanted to thank David for actually organizing this summit. It's been we go back. I met with him when we were developing a curriculum. That's why I came to know. I didn't know him from home, but we met in one of the universities where we were developing a curriculum together for online, when online was speeding up and every institution was going. So me and him, we were recruited with so many other institutions going around trying to develop and becoming the CIMIS expert from the industry and rolling down materials to the classroom on how the online platform will look like. So that is my name, and my topic today is about how pooled resources is important for us. The other thing I wanted to say that I'm also a co-founder of the Grand Granite Diaspora Circle. If you need that information, I know for those who are here, not only, this is what is key sometimes. Even if those who are here, you may need that information or you may not. but then you may know somebody else who may need that information. So information is the key for everything actually we do. We wouldn't have known. I wouldn't have known that if our senators would be here if it wasn't communicated. So that is the way life goes. And therefore, also, I wanted to acknowledge, I'm also the vice president of One Voice Consortium. We had a summit also in DC in May. So that was hosted by One Voice Consortium, and I think we were very successful. And this now builds up to what we have here at the summit. David has been doing this for quite a long time. He never gives up. Even if it's one person, he never gives up. Every year he shows up and it spreads around the United States. So that is something you need to be proud of. Don't shy away from it. It is just remarkable. Just extend one life to somebody else, to that information that they need, and we continue to work together in continuation of this journey. So the diaspora community is large. It's also like how it is at home. We are also big. Sometimes we are also fragmented. We have our own politics, and there's some things we agree and some things that we don't agree. So we're not too much different from home. Only that when we meet with our honorable members from home, we're looking for a dialogue. We're looking for a dialogue on how we can better achieve certain things that we care about as diaspora. Even diaspora, we also care things about home. And that is because nyumbani, at the end of the day, whether we are here in the United States, at some point, we always, our mind is home, because home is home. That is what the end result is. So let's, is there any way to push this? Or you can pull it over here, I can. So let me just look at it. For many people, what happens is if you look at the currency, the shilling, if you look at the shilling right now, and I don't know about the Ugandan shilling. Do we call it the shilling, my sister? Okay, so I just wanted to make sure. By the way, I have a student who I took in that summit in December, actually in May, I was one of the students who was sponsored by my University of Colorado Mesa to attend my OVC conference in May, so it was really remarkable. And he had fun, he met some businesses from Uganda, and I will connect you as well so you can be able to help him in other areas that you are good at, and also he can also extend something in return. So it's great. He has very good program about the orphanage in Uganda, and he does very good stuff, and I promise him when I go to Kenya, I will definitely bring one of these senators to come with me if I can be able to afford them to get there. So, but that is remarkable. So, there's one thing I think as a diaspora, some of them, they're thinking, okay, the shilling today, if you look at it, actually, depending on which one you use, leave alone the marketplace is over 150 by $1. That is in the marketplace for those people who understand the capital market. And then, but if you, the exchange rate for this other media, Remitly, and I see Remitly there, we'll talk about how you guys do your stuff, which is really good. People, our circle, they use that a lot. We have SendWave, we have TapTap. And remember, if you go back, MoneyGram and Western Union, that, those ones now, they faced a lot of competition, and we need that competition. It helps for us. Now, the shilling, as this is just like over the last 1 year, you can see where it was and how it has dropped over time. Right now, the shilling, that's the shilling going down in value. As diaspora, some of them might think, oh, that's a good thing, right? I'm gonna now, for $1, I can get 150 shillings. But what that does, it does really help. Well, what's happening here, the cost of goods in Kenya itself, it's very expensive. And indirectly, you will actually pay for that rising. If you are in your retirement, you are contributing towards retirement, you are putting maybe 10,000 shillings. You should not be able to keep it at 10,000 shillings because of this devaluation of currency, or the currency losing value, because the cost of those goods is expensive. And then we cannot be able to buy foreign goods because the foreign goods become very expensive for us to do. So that is one of the, of course, we can say what are so many factors that goes into those. Interest rates, of course, that's one of the things. Political instabilities of a country. Look at Ukraine and Russia. That's examples that you should be able to think about. And their currency and how they have, their currency has devalued and the economy has also suffered. So those are some of the things that really happens and messes us up. Let's move on. So one of the things is investment, because this is an investment trade summit, we want to be able to make sure at least we can just be able to explore areas in which we can be able to put our funds in and how we invest. We can just be able to do real assets, the real asset, tangible assets in which you can just be able to put your money in. But then there's other things that we should not be able, especially the diaspora. We should not be able to forget about the capital market. So that is also something that is essential. For example, if you have a child, your kid who's young, studying not even in college, just high school, that's what, remember when you put some money towards tuition or whatever college, put that money invested in a certain asset. One of the assets will be one of these stocks, bonds, and other mutual funds. Mutual funds is more diversified way in which you can be able to risk, rest risk, and then of course diversify your assets because the return is very real. And I think the reason why I'm saying this, I worked in the industry for about 16 years. In the investment industry. I worked there for a long time, and I think when I moved to academia, I still rely on the assets that I built during my tenure as in the industry. So that is something we need to be able, you can put, even if you look at companies like McDonald's, you may see it here. It's been rising over time, and it's a stable company. Walmart, those are stable companies that they will be there. You may not be able to realize a lot of return immediately, but over time, it continues to progress. So you just try to do something like that you can just be able to expose ourselves beyond the real assets, right, where we invest in real estate, which is a good thing here. You can see in the in the US over the last, since COVID, how the assets have gone up in value. So for those who actually own the houses, so that's a very valuable commodity. And the same thing in Kenya. So going back to that shilling, when the shilling is losing value, you are better off to put some money in the asset, in the real asset, because you will not be able to lose money that way. But the shilling that is in the account, it continues to lose value. So that's something that I think I'm sure many of you, they are good professionals over here who understands this. Remember we said, information is the key. Maybe somebody else, there is one person who doesn't know. So if we can just be able to help that one person to move up, it's actually important. So that's just the investment opportunity. Let's move forward for a second. I want to make it very brief, and then so that at least, so now my main idea here, like I said, I'm the co-founder of the Grand Ghana Diaspora Circle, together with Lilian Ongaki, and also there is 3 others, Madam Vice, who was Madam Cherusha Mangera, and then I have my chairman, Richard Muturi, and Emery Muturi. Those are the people who we came together. We wanted just to pull resources together as a group. And we did it for a little while, and then we started thinking, what can we do if we had resources with so many people involved? And that's why we co-founded the Grand Ghana Diaspora Circle, and of course I'll talk with the other circles that are available. I'm not just basically marketing the Grand Ghana Diaspora Circle. There are so many other circles that I will talk briefly about. And therefore, so when you pull the power of people or the power of many, and the circles are, by the way, even in Uganda, there are circles in Uganda. Because when we were looking for a software, we actually explored some software in Uganda in where the members pool resources together. So we have this one, the diaspora, mostly we target our members here in the diaspora, and we pool resources, similar to what banks do, similar to what credit unions do. They are members driven. So they put resources together, you pool, you do a monthly contribution, every circle may have different contributions, and then at the end, those members, they borrow against those resources. So therefore, it's member-driven, and then those resources are utilized by members. And therefore, that is one of the advantages. And then they can extend loans, and then if you don't have to take a loan, you just can be able to save that money towards when you get to retirement. You just say, hey, I need my money back. I'm retiring. I'm, exiting the cycle. And then you just do that, you get your funds back. So that's one of the benefits that you can be able to do. So who can be able to invest? It's you and me. Anybody can just be able to invest in one of those. And that we have so many, and then we have the cycle, and then of course the investment. And the investment is where you actually build your wealth. Look at the last slide over there. You build your wealth, you invest into, for example, we have been investing in the real estate in Kenya. We are trying to look into other opportunities in agriculture, other technological, solar system. Those are all areas that we want. But the problem is we also need help from our policymakers, right? We need your help. That's the engagement we like to have. Help us so that we can develop and help our people, and also help your initiative that you actually want to. The Mama County from Kisi, who was Tonya, she has been actually coming almost 4 times over the last several months here in the United States, and has been having a dialogue, connections with the diaspora. And so that's the same thing we want to extend, not just to her, but we want to be able to extend those connections with our leaders. Maybe what's happening in Nyeri, what's happening in Mombasa, what's happening in Kisi. And so when we do those invitations, we really dearly don't do it just for the sake of just writing them, but we want just to be able to extend those to you, because you are the policymakers. And then there's some things you can be able to listen, and then you bring it to Parliament and all in the committees for discussion. So that is, let's move on, please. So I mentioned there's circles. These are the diaspora circles. In Kenya, there are like thousands, I believe, if I'm not wrong. But these are the many circles that we have, like the biggest Kenya USA diaspora. We have KNUT is somewhere there. We have Stock UK. And these are all representation of the diaspora. And they are all over the world. I'm just not being, selfish. I could have just done my Grand Diaspora Circle only, the one at the bottom in the green. At least I gave it a little attention, but I didn't put it at the top. I just wanted that there is others. If you don't like what we offer, there is others who you can be able to join, and then just be able to create the value to yourself. So this is not just about me, it's also about us in general. So if you need more information of all these, there is other in the Netherlands, France, there is UK, AW Women, it's over here. So all these are areas in where you can play a part on. So let's move forward. Okay, talking about regulation, the circles are regulated by their mother country. So for example, if you're in Uganda, they are regulated in Uganda. If you have like in Kenya, the regulation, even though we're diaspora, we are actually regulated in Kenya by the regulations in Kenya. So for example, we in 2021, there was regulation 2020, which changed the way SACCOs operate. So we have the investment, and then we have the SACCO. SACCOs is savings and credit. And then the investment part of that is just to extend wealth, investment in more risky assets. So these SACCOs that you see here, those are the ones that are actually regulated by SACCO. They have gone into more strenuous exercise for them, and I'm glad that we are among the youngest of these, and we were able to make it among the rest of all the other circles because we are very transparent, we are very open. We will tell you, we don't just tell you to fill the form, we just ask you that you sit with us and we talk with you about what we have before you join. We have like about 50 people who are in the pool through to be vetted right now, but those we send them and then if they don't respond, we feel like those are not people who want to looking something for themselves. But those who follow, we follow with them and we talk with them. And Lily can just be able to talk to you about it later on. So, but these are the SASRA regulated ones which go by the SASRA regulation. We have to file every quarter for this. Let's move on. SACCOs is something, how to, SACCOs, you have to have a common bond. You have to have what binds you together. So that bond, you have to create that yourself. Who you want, just like Mwalimu Sacco. They formed because those are our teachers, farmers. They formed because of that. So even now, as we call the Diaspora Sacco, that is how we kind of form ourselves. And you pull your members maybe from different regions, like here we pull in the United States. We may have a few, maybe like in Kenya, who have been in the diaspora, they have moved back in Kenya. Professor Ndemo, Ambassador Ndemo is among our original member who actually has really given us miles in this from the beginning. He gave us a chance, and he has been in consulting. He's one of the SIMIs for us, and we thank him for actually being there with us. And recently we have the federal chair, Kenya, Mr. Mohamed Nyaoga. He came to our HM, and he also wants to be a member, and he is continuing with that. And so those are some of the, because he looked at how we do things, and therefore governance is very important. When you are given resources just from the members, you want to make sure you safeguard those assets. That is, for example, myself as the treasurer, that's my #1 priority. It's just to make sure that those assets are available to you and they are safeguarded, meaning that when the time comes that you need to get those, you will be able to get those resources back. That's the #1 thing. And then, of course, how we invest those resources and how we care. So let's move on, because I've already talked about this. Even circles, look at the Equity Bank, my friend. Do you know how Equity Bank started? It is true. It started something very small. And look at where it is, extending credit to small farmers. And at some point, they almost failed, but they quickly restructured themselves and got something together. So that is the same thing that we have to continue to do. What are the opportunities for pooled resources? Savings opportunities. And then, of course, interest rate is the key to determine the cost of money. The cost of money is what it costs you for when you have a mortgage. You just don't go, even here, you just don't go and then just get a mortgage and then just whatever interest rate they go. You do shopping, you try to find out what is others are offering, what is other banks are offering in Kenya, what's Equity Bank mortgage they are offering, what is KCB Bank offering. So the good thing with the SACCOs, not to, to talk about the banks, of course, they play a very important role in the economy of our countries in the world, because that's how the money moves. The money is no longer in the blanket. The money has to move for the economy to work. So, so you get interest rate, lower cost of loans from SACCOs, and they are across. The rate is very competitive almost to all SACCOs. There's nobody just to be able to lie to you. We know this, we shop this, we have a group with all the leaders in the Diaspora SACCOs, we work on issues. And then similar to 401k, you can also save towards your retirement. It's less risky if you invest in SACCOs. And then, of course, you get some financial literacy. We educate our members. And then, of course, you accumulate wealth over time. Most important, the SACCOs are member-driven. And when they're member-driven, it means that members make decisions. That's why you have annual general meetings. Members choose who their leaders will be. Members choose where to invest. But the management does is just they explore certain opportunities, and then they bring to the members. So that's where the autonomy is. So that is something that I think, and most important, they are regulated. They are regulated. It's not like we have several companies, the pool of resources of people together is important. You may look at your family, for example, you start with one, maybe you join with your wife, maybe you join with your kids. Now you see how those resources are spreading. Imagine when you spread to so many people. That's what corporations are good at. And that's why they dominated the market, even though they are only small percentages of corporations as compared to many types of businesses. So that is one of the things we need to be able to be aware, saving towards retirement. That's the number one when I teach in the classroom. What we invest, the number one is we invest towards retirement, because at retirement we are not going to make any money, right? And therefore, if the energy is gone, and we just want to be able to enjoy those resources, those wealth that we built during the energetic times, or if you invested yourself in education in other areas. So that's one thing that we want to be able. Of course, college is very important. Let's move on quick. And this is what the reason I put this one is to know the advantages why you actually form a business. If you can form a business, it will be formed in one, at least in one. There is some S corporation. David, you know some of those when you file the taxes for different individuals and companies who comes to you, and the complications that is involved. So you have to know the advantages of these types of businesses and why you actually form. So the reason I'm also mentioning this, I don't even know, this one's the proprietorship. I always have a difficult time actually sounding this term when I'm in the classroom. So I ask the students, what are the types of legal forms of business organizations? So because of their dialect, so they can, okay, go ahead, and then they just tell me, okay, you hear that, right? So that is the way, because sometimes I get off with that term. So that's a single type of business. But then the problem here is when you are alone, you don't accumulate, you don't really pool resources as much as when you are a partnership, even a partnership with two or more. And then, of course, you can go to LLC. But the corporation can raise unlimited amount of money. So the same thing with the circles, we can also raise a lot of money, and we do. And we really do. The problem is, and I think I will be talking with our senators, that we are not given a lot of attention, especially the diaspora circles. They are not given attention either when regulation is being passed. We always, just like the second child or whatever you call it, so we need to be able to be involved, because the resources we raise, as individuals, we have individual projects we do in Kenya. As societies or circles, we have projects we are doing. For example, we started fairly, the investment arm, we have two entities, by the way, the SACCO and the investment. The investment has already bypassed the SACCO that started a year early, because of the opportunities of investment. So, like there is one favorite one, Air Kenya, so it's also another SACCO, born in Ireland. They started their gated community. They've started their gated community in Konza region. And we will be following that material, and we will be going that, because when we retire, we wanted to have that commonality of the same people that we had here, so that at least we share the same values and the same security and other things. Of course, we're not discriminating against everybody else, but at least we try to have different values in which we want to be able to continue. So therefore, think about the advantages and disadvantages when you are forming of these, and most important, pooling resources. You are better off when you are with many people. But then if you register with some companies which are not regulated, or you do like merry-go-around, you pool resources, those resources are really not known. Because if one of the partners says, no, I'm not interested, you know, it's going to take you a long time to get into the code system. And you're going to spend more time. So next year you look into these circles to help you set up. All, of course, my friend Jeff is over there. He also can talk about what they do on how. Talking about loans, Jeff, I tell you, the circles to get the loan is much quicker, right? Jeff, do you agree? Yeah. How long it takes, like, to get the loan? What, about 15 years before you get a loan, is it? No, I'm or I'm just trying to say it takes a little amount of time, right? Because of the scrutiny. Because they want to make sure that they are giving you the right person, you have the means of paying that money back because it's member-driven, funds. But the circles, because we have already gone through your system, we know who you are, you have saved a certain amount, and we multiply whatever you have saved to give you a loan, and of course they are 100% secured even with that. So I'm almost done, guys, bear with me. You know, I've been waiting since yesterday, okay? So just give me a little chance here. All right. So let's just wrap up. Let us wrap up on this one. I was gonna do a little exercise, but I think this microphone is now moving around, so we'll keep it, especially with the time going, we'll just keep it. So let's look into the cycles for loans. That's what they're for. And then there's also the investment. So therefore, nobody just tell you the cycles, they do also investment like in real estate and other things. So be smart about it, especially in Kenya. They are divided into two. That's why regulations came in. There is SASRA regulation, which polices those ones that pass certain threshold. And then, of course, we have the investments. Those are wealthy builders. They take a little bit of risk. So, and then we want to encourage that at least we try to save, we look ahead for our kids, you know, not just us for retirement. Of course, we want to be able to do that. Use other opportunities. My friend over there, they have ways in which you can just be able to figure out economic planning yourself. There's so many, there's so much information. Look at these institutions that you have here, that they're here, the information that you can be able to gain for your own. So one other thing that I wanted to mention is that we have our here in the diaspora. Just let me stick with the diaspora because that's where we are. For example, we have some members who join to our circles. Their brothers don't know about it. And they don't want to tell them about it. Those are information. We don't disclose this, but we know. So spread the information to others. It doesn't, if somebody helps themselves, especially if you come from a village like myself, and you're the only one with a good house, with the car, imagine what happens with everybody else around. They just look at you. For everything, they look for you. Those are the things we need to be able to change. That's the things that you can be able to help. And that's one of these summits, is just give information to others. It's free. Do you know what? If I'm knowledgeable in something, I don't give that information to others. When my time comes to go, that information is useless. Unless we wrote a book where people can be able to read. But share that information. I see all these things, I'm doing something and I don't want this to be, people to know. Why not? Just be proud of what you're doing. At the same time, somebody might come and copy what you're doing. It's a good thing. We involve our economy. We get our economy moving. It helps, in fact. So when I finish my terminal degree, I just don't even like to say it. It's not something to talk about because we have very people without even the terminal degree. They are very knowledgeable, skillful. They'll build wealth. They'll build empires and other things. They have extended life to others. So one thing that I was told is like, okay, just go back and give back to the community. So my members, for example, when we started this about more than 3 years ago, I've never really been paid for the work that I do. I spend almost half of the time on my work. I don't. And some people even from the cooperative, they tell us, hey, you gotta be able to hire more people to do this job. I hear you, but I see I don't have enough resources to do, so I'll extend that to our members. So when members do well, the members will do what they can do at the later time. So for now, we just wanted to be able to build that. So lastly, you need to be able to financial literacy. I think we have that information in this room. I'm not the only one. Talk to your friend, everybody else that you have around, and then so that you can just be able to help in that. So let us see if I have anything in the last one here. So so this is something that we need to be able to think dearly about. Let's not celebrate about the shilling losing value. It's really losing value, and it's losing very fast. To me, it is just like, of course, I can use $1 to equivalent to 1 shilling, but think about like in, was that Zimbabwe where we used to have like a lot of money that you need to put in order to go buy sugar? It is dangerous until they now moved on to adopting, was that the dollar? They went to start now as the medium of exchange. So let us do something, our fellow honorables are here, do something about that can be able, policies that can be able to help, because the people on the ground are suffering in that order. And therefore, if you encourage us, and let's see what is available in those regions, Kisi region, or Mapei, on all these other areas, we could be able to create some jobs for even though the young generations who are jobless, who have finished colleges and universities, and they don't. Yeah, my mom was in the grass house, and it's just, I think back, I say, wow, God is great, and God has helped us to move in the right direction, but don't forget where you come from. It is important, even regardless how wealthy you become. You know, the world is good when you can actually share it with others, because if I'm the only one, say if you guys are not there and I have this $1 million in my account, it will really add much value, because it will be me only who's using it, and it really others don't even see. When others share with you, it is much something to say. So if you have any questions about pool resources, you don't have to join a circle either. You can just be able to gather 10 people, open a company, pool resources together, do something together that can be able to enhance. The power of pooling resources is very, very key, is very real, because I know that we have pooled resources with a few other people, and then what we were able to do is remarkable. And you know what? It stops from the leaking of money. You know, there's so many issues that happens on the ground. You can just be able to attest to that, honorable, that every time you move, you need to give something. You need to give something. Same thing is with the diaspora. Everything is happening. They tell you, oh, yeah, so-and-so died. They need this. They are very poor. Imagine that environment. And that is true, and it's real. Those things are happening. So if you are invested in something, you have some money which is every time is going there. It is automatically going. Maybe you are saving to the circle. Even if you give that money to the public, you feel like there's something else saved elsewhere. So for that, I don't know whether, Lily, you wanted to say something, or you just can be able to talk later, probably. Yeah, just I want to be able to go home, like we said. Let me just give Lily just a couple minutes here.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You'll go home, daktari, don't worry. Lakini ugali utapata nusu, because you took a lot of time, and we want something small, sweet, and we can go home. So today, I don't have to talk about the circle. He said that. And I'll be seated there in case you need to know more about the Grand Diaspora Circle. But today, I'll give you a challenge. What are you going to go home with? What did you pick from here? Yesterday, we did kind of introduction. We said hi. Just knowing somebody, Mr. David Ochuang. What did you know about Ochuang that is going to improve your life tomorrow, improve the community where you come from? You've heard about Dr. Ongaki here, one of the founders from the Grand Diaspora Circle, and he's the professor in Colorado Mesa University. He has students there from all the categories. Those students, when they look at him, they've heard where he come from, what is going to help them, just knowing them. Tuko na Nyabo kwa nyumba. We have Nyabo here. I forgot the name, but Nyabo stuck on my head, and that is good. That's from Uganda. We have Matoke from Uganda. Tunalia ugali nyumbani hakuna. We can use the Matoke from our neighboring country. You know, it's a landlocked country. We have the sea. We have everything in place, but we are still crying. We can get matoke from Uganda. We have matoke in Kisii. We have matoke from Meru. Let's make ugali from the matoke and keep moving. AKDOI is bringing the investment from all over the globe right here, and it's been going round. Next time, come to Colorado. That's where I come from. So we can be able to share the investment with the rest of the people. We have Daktari right there. For the first time, she said we have the mental health being given a platform. We all need somebody to listen to us. We all need somebody to hear us, somebody to work on that problem that we have been. Dr. will be speaking later, and you'll be blessed to hear what she has to say. We have Tata in the house. Hallelujah. Can somebody clap? Then we get to know ile finance bill imefika wapi. Dr. Manduku, what are you going to take to Nyarivari from here? You tell them there is investment ready waiting for the people from the diaspora. I remember the rest of the people's name. Jeff is right there. Atupatie loan before we go home. Jeff, thank you so much. Tell Julie we need that loan. We need to know how to plan our finances. And Mr. James alienda kanisa, so he's coming back. He's going to tell us what we are going to do next. And so many other things. I'm sorry if I went over the 1 minute that I was given, but guess what? I have the lawyer in the house. Mr. Ongeri, can you wave to the people so people can see? There you are. So nilikuwa nimepatia $1 in case I did something wrong. I think I'm safe. So Mr. David, I can go for a whole day, brother. You just needed to give me the protocol, and then I'll keep going. So here you are. Mike Niako. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. Thank you, Lily. And Dr. Jake, how do you top that? You know, so thank you again. Really quick, you know, it's, what is it, 1:30 now? I'm thinking the next thing we can do, let's grab lunch really quick. It's literally out, as you walk out to the right. We can go, you know, there's not too many of us. Let's just go quickly, grab the lunch, bring it back in. But once we come back in, we're going to keep it moving during lunch. And we would have an interlude. I don't want to have folks speaking when they should be eating, but we'll have a quick interlude. We'll have our sponsors have a word or two, and maybe a couple introductions. Then we'll pick up from there. But lunch should be maybe about an hour, so let's grab it. And while we do that, come right back, and we'll be having a few discussions during that. Would that work for everybody? Okay, so lunch is served right outside, please.
JB Smooth only drinks the world's smoothest vodka. White Claw Premium Vodka is smoother than smooth, so it doesn't have a nasty afterburn. I can't stand.
Hasira za nini we Bwana? Hasira za nini we Bwana? Wataka kuniua bure Baba, wataka kuniua bure Baba. Yule si wako nami si wangu, chuki ya nini kati yangu mimi na wewe? Chuki ya nini kati yangu mimi na wewe? Lilo, oh, oh, mama. Hasira za nini we Bwana? Hasira za nini we Bwana? Wataka kuniua bure Baba, wataka kuniua bure Baba. Kwako hayuko, kwangu hayuko, chuki ya nini kati yangu mimi na wewe? Chuki ya nini kati yangu mimi na wewe? Lilo, oh, oh, mama. Hasira za nini we Bwana? Hasira za nini we Bwana? Wataka kuniua bure Baba, wataka kuniua bure Baba. Wewe una wako nyumbani, nami nina wangu nyumbani. Chuki ya nini kati yangu mimi na wewe? Chuki ya nini kati yangu mimi na wewe? Nasema sina makosa we Bwana, sina makosa we Bwana. Ayo, sina makosa we Bwana. Musa nimevumilia sana, Musa nimevumilia sana, kupigwa pigwa kama mimi punda, na sura yangu imeharibika, na ngumi zako za kila siku Musa, tabu kweli Musa, uliponioa sura yangu haikuwa na alama hata moja. Nilikuwa na afya nzuri, nilinona kama ngoima ya kirige. Musa ndugu, kweli Musa, uliponioa sura yangu haikuwa na alama hata moja. Nilikuwa na afya nzuri, nilinona kama ngoima ya kirike. Oye, oye, tafadhali Musa, tafuta bibi atakayeweza kuvumilia hizo tabia zako. Ukinywa pombe wamunywia yeye, ukinywa munyeke wamunywia yeye. Ole, ole, ole.
makes Nayara special?
Everything I just said. Also. Who is Nayara? What is Nayara? Is that really the question?
Yeah.
This is gonna be really good. Okay.
All right, you ready? Nara Travel is a company that thinks not just about the traveler, but also about where you're visiting.
The primary driver of this company is about people.
Every trip we create is with purpose. It's always with a purpose. Everything we do, every place we pick, all the experiences we choose are to have a positive impact. I initially fell in love with the idea of the industry, the travel industry, because I really believe that travel is a force for good. It's a force.
Mama Bongo Love. Naebaki suka sikotinga mae yanga ina mobali nangai pontalo moka ba mama tubalana tusukisa bilobelango ya bato likwela yanga ina sheri sukali litama Romi la chapelle naebaki suka sikotinga mae yanga ina mobali nangai pantalo moka ba mama tubalana tosukisa bilobelango ya bato likwela yanga ina sheri suka lilitama Prince Hugues Ngwelondele na Mama Lingela. Nayebaki suka sekotinga mae ya ngai na mobali na ngai pantalon mokaba mama tobalana tosukisa bilobela moya bato likwela ya ngai na sheri suka lilitama bamama la femme na brazae. N'oublie pas les poissons pressés, ça fait du bien. Freddy Nzeza, Animava, table ya malonga, okolia kitoko.
Cleveland Clinic, the world's best heart care.
Mañana
Hello, hello, hello again. All right. Jambo tena. How are those tummies doing? All right. So we want to pick up where we left. And I'm hoping that everybody has had a good feel in their tummies this afternoon. If not, there's still more left. I think they're turning everything down now, or breaking it down. So if you want to grab something, this is probably the best time to do it. But I also want to take this opportunity to pick up and invite the next speaker. I hope you're ready. Is Michael here? Oh, yeah, Michael. Sorry, my bad. Yeah, if it's okay, where's Georgina? Yeah, I would like to invite our sister from Uganda. And I'm sorry I didn't give you enough notice, but I'd ask if you would like to say something to the team or to our people. I just want to say that I've known Georgina Kirunda for, gosh, many years now. She's a pillar in our community, and she does a whole lot of work. We collaborate in many things. And I just want to ask her to say a word for us, and then we'll pick up from there. Georgina.
Good afternoon, everyone. I wasn't given ample notice, but it's okay. Thank you, David, for everything. And I would like to thank everyone that's here today. All protocols observed, and all my new friends from East Africa, in particular Kenya. Thank you, Bishop, for everything. I won't mention any names. I'm just getting to know all of you, but I'm really glad to be here. And thank you so much for your warm, hearty welcome, and continue being part of this group. I've known David for, well, I think it's coming to maybe 10 years now. And Equity Bank, I have ties at Equity Bank as well. I know Dr. Mwangi. I've visited the offices in Nairobi in 2017 with my family. So I'm very honored to be here. I want to thank you so much. I'm Georgina Nyakairu Kirunda. I'm data scientist and engineer, data engineer by profession. I work with Centers for Disease Control. As a contractor, I've worked with IBM, UPS, Porsche, so many other organizations as well. But I'm also a community leader for UNA Atlanta, which is Uganda North American Association. Locally in Georgia, I've also been a UNA Southeast representative for 4 years, in charge of all the 7 states in the Southeast. I've also been a leader with UNA National, which is part of the Southeast as well. So I am here in a capacity to bring greetings from them as well, and would like to really collaborate and work together with your organization, because we are from East Africa, and I think we have lots of synergies where we can help and support each other as the Kenyan community, the Ugandan community, and actually with the Tanzanian community, the coordinator that helps with their repatriation program, that helps with repatriating our loved ones to East Africa or here. So those members that don't have life insurance for one reason or the other, at least we have something that can start you off, and it's $20,000. And more details to come if you're interested. But it's out there, and we work with our fellow Tanzanians. I'm glad to be here. to be part of this great movement, summit, where we are getting together. And I feel before we leave today, we should go off with something, as they say, and have some kind of action on our part as a group to say, what are we going to do as a group? We're here now, not after the fact. I'll call you, I'll collaborate later, but right now, what are we going to take away? So that is my message to you. And I would also want to say I'm part of an investment group in the Atlanta community as well. We're 39 of us. We've been in that group for 6 years. And so I do understand things about investments, but I was very intrigued by the circle concept as well, because we do have that in Uganda, but I've never been part of it. So I'd like to know more. I'm part of an investment group, but I'd like to know more. So I want to thank you so much for everything that you've done today, but I also want to encourage the youth. I'm a great advocate for the youth. And I want to thank our doctors, particularly Dr. Caroline is Joroge, right? I'm sorry? Njoki, yeah. For your guidance around mental health, which is very important. I have a public health background, so I understand that importance, and also engaging our youth, because I know there are some youth here, but I know I'm not a youth. But encouraging our young children to come and be part of this, because they're the next generation. You know, like when we leave, who's going to take over this? So I would really encourage the young ones to be part of this next time we have a meeting or we have some kind of organization. But I think David will let us know where next to a meeting. And I'll also mobilize our friends in Uganda and Tanzania to be part of this. Thank you so much for your time. And without further ado, I want to appreciate the time that you've given me here, and we'll keep going, even if the room is not filled, but we are more than enough to take the news out there. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Gina, and for your support. So moving right along, at this point, I want to invite one of our pillars, key leader that actually knows a thing or two, maybe a whole lot about counseling, about substance abuse, and other things that we encounter as a diaspora or even as families. So I would let her speak to that, but can you please give a round of applause for Dr. Penny Njoroge?
Good afternoon, everybody. Can you hear me? Okay, it's so nice to be among you all. And before I go on, I want to echo something that our bishop has said twice. It's not about the numbers, but it is about you being here. God is not about large numbers, but he called you. You said yes, and we are more than enough, because he says where 2 or 3 are gathered, he's there. And before I go now, I want to commend David. When we were talking about this meeting, he talked about we have invited a lot of people, and you have invited other people as well. But this is the number that God wanted. I'm very much into intimate groupings, and sometimes we'll invite people, but God has his own way of doing stuff. Remember, he says, not your way, but my way. Not your time, but my time. So before I start, I want us to be content that this is who he wanted. He targeted you. And when we are trained as counselors, we are told that I cannot counsel everybody, but my work is to multiply myself. Multiply yourself in saying something that somebody can take away with them, take to their families, take to their communities, take to your state. And before you know it, what AKDOI is doing will be spread before you think about it. And the work that all of you are doing is worth spreading. I want to thank God because we have everything we need, all the wisdom we need in this room. That's what our sister told us every day, last night. We have everything that we need to grow our community. I'm a certified mental health specialist. I'm also board certified as a substance abuse and addiction therapist. I'm board certified as a death and grief therapist. I'm a fellow of the American Institute of Stress. I'm also the face of depression. And I want to stand here and give a face to a lot of things that we as a culture don't want to talk about. I come from the Kikuyu tribe where we say that now I know that the people we called Mogoroki, the mad woman or the mad man, was either stressed, depressed, going through abuse. They were hiding because the society doesn't give that person room. But I want to say that while I stand here healed, I dealt with depression as a young wife, as a young professional, as a young mother. For a good part of my early life, between my 20s and my 30s, as a very depressed person. But very few people knew about it. I would dress well. I knew how to sing, and I would sing through my depression. I knew how to cook, and I knew how to cover up. And that is what we all do. The problem is that when we cover up, we deprive ourselves of the help that could be available for us if you spoke to somebody else and said, I'm hurting. When we talk about our boy child, what did we tell our boys? Men don't cry. I happen to be a mother of three sons and a daughter. Mombi is my daughter. Dr. Caroline is my cousin and my spiritual child. So as I say these things, they are witnesses to what I'm saying. Why do I say I'm the face of depression? To give it a face. How many of you would have thought about me being that until I said it? You wouldn't have guessed it. When I give the statistics that 1 out of every 5 people is depressed, could that be you? Would you be that person who is going through stuff? You are smiling through it. You are a very hard worker. You are here investing. I want us to take out the masks. Be real with yourself. Depression is like that big pink elephant in our house, in our room, that we don't talk about because there is shame. Society makes it very hard for us to say that I'm depressed. I gave an illustration on our table there that my daughter is using a walker. Many of you have seen her with a walker. And I'm sure if you found her in a corridor, if she's entering the elevator, you would give her a chance to, Evelyn, sorry to use you, but that is the reality. You would give her room first. But how many of us are limping on the inside? We are broken on the inside. Our hearts are bleeding. We can barely sleep. But you wake up, you groom yourself, you dress as smartly as Dr. Penny, and you think, I'm all there. I want to give us permission to say, I'm not okay. It's okay not to be okay. It's okay to say that I'm hurting, because until we as adults, as investors, say that we are not, our sons and our daughters are looking. I like what Georgina said, that we need to encourage our youth to come out and talk about it. But until we talk about it, remember, children are copycats. Wanawaiga. The language you use is what your children follow. We have abuse in our families. Let's call it what it is. And I said I'm going to be real. And sometimes I find it necessary to say that, let me be real. Because the more we cover up, the harder we are making it for each other. When I talk about masks, I say remove your masks. Be real, be honest. It's okay to say I'm hurting. You have a lot of other things in you that you are hiding. I'm also the face of a healed and restored woman. I lived in the corporate world in my early years of my work, but later on when I had a chance to go to school at the age of 56, I knew exactly what I wanted to do in college. Yes, I said at 56. Why do I say that? Because a God is a God of a second chance. You are here to invest. But I want to say that it is good to invest, and it is so good we have SACCO, we have our bankers here. We have our bishop who is teaching us to invest in our spiritual life. But I want us to say that the most important investment we can do is investing in our brains, in our mental health. Because until we do that, we'll be investing, tripping, investing. You have so much money in the bank, but you just need to make one mistake and you end up in a psych unit. You are labeled, however well invested you are financially, but you'll be labeled. And so this is why I'm standing here to say that we need to invest in our mental health as much or even more than whatever else we are investing. We have homes, we have businesses, we have a lot of material invested in each one of us, but I'm here to say that we need to start investing in our mental health before anything else. Our youth. And Andrew, allow me to say this. My sister, allow me to say this. The reason I get so passionate about mental illness is because it has taken the creme de la creme from us, mental illness. Many of us can identify with me when I say that we have lost our youth to suicide. I'm also a face of attempted suicide twice. And I say this again to say that you are a candidate to mental illness, you are a candidate to suicide, you are a candidate to depression. So don't write anybody off. Give everybody a chance. David, as I look at you, I see a man who says, we are not quitting. This is very, very humbling, like I said yesterday, to see mental health in anybody's agenda, in anybody's program, because I think the only other place I was invited here, but it was not that big, is at the Bishop's Church. We've talked about it, we've talked about a lot of other things, but how many of you have seen it on a program? So David, I commend you. AKDOI, I commend you for putting this with your leaders, that it is necessary that we use this as a platform to talk about it. It is time together we said enough is enough of losing our people. It is a crisis that is looming around us, but we are looking elsewhere like the ostrich that buries its head and expects the storm to go. It's the high time we said mental illness is a well-being. I'm going to read through my notes so that I can cover as much as I had written for myself for lack of time. Mental health and well-being are very important to our collective and individual ability as human beings to think, to interact with each other, to express our emotions to one another without being shy that because I'm depressed today, you dismiss me, you talk around me and make me look like I don't exist. We need it to express our emotions. We need to remove shame and stigma so that people can earn a living while they are still dealing with the impact of depression and stress. Mental health is a necessary foundation of our core human and social values, our thoughts, our actions, our happiness, our friendships, and also our unity. The promotion and protection, the restoration of mental health should therefore be a priority for each one of us. Many of us have youngsters in the house who are withdrawing. They come from school, they run, they take a meal, they go into their rooms. When you force them to eat with the family, they will come eat quietly. They are not talking to anybody. You say those are adolescent temper tantrums. As we say that, we forget that I needed to ask my child, or you needed to ask your child, how was your day? But you yourself are stressed. The wife has been working, the man has been working, or you've both been in business, and when we get home, we are eating in a hurry. You dash into your room, and the other person dashes into their room, and that becomes a pattern. I'm inviting us to have those family moments. Put your phone down. Let's put the social media down. At least look at your child and see the difference. Many people have asked me, how will I know that my wife, my husband is distressed, or my child is depressed? How will you know? I don't have a fixed answer. The only one I know is that if you live in good contact with somebody, with eye contact constantly, you will notice when I'm going down. You will notice when I become moody. You notice your child when they become temperamental. And sometimes I say that as early as a 3-year-old child living under domestic abuse and violence, where the environment is very rough and unpredictable. A 3-year-old child will pick up the vibes. They start banging their heads on the wall, and you think they're just throwing temper tantrums. I'm inviting us to stop calling those temper tantrums, because as a therapist, we have found out that sometimes this child is projecting what the family is doing. The pain the pain you're going through becomes your child's pain. When you're fighting between ourselves, we are talking mental illness, we are talking mental health. It starts as early as 2 years when a child starts absorbing and observing what is happening in the family. So do not underestimate. The other important thing is that the development of individuals and collective mental capital investment is restricted by various avoidable markers. I'm saying some of the things that are costing us depression, stress, they can be avoided. Sometimes we are selfish. I said, let's be real, let's be honest with ourselves. How many times have you been that person? It is me or the highway. It's my way or the highway. And when you're doing that and feeling very authoritative in your house and feeling very strong about it, this child who keeps quiet and looks at you. Domestic violence, you're slapping each other around, you're calling each other names. And I know I'm repeating things that we all know. But I want us to harness that information so that we can be a lot more attentive. Don't ignore the things that are happening around you, because they end up costing not you, but the society as a whole. We risk depression, stress, suicide in far too many people that we could have just loved and asked, how are you doing? And sometimes, how many times do you ask somebody, how are you doing, just to make sure that you pass them? You ask me how I am, and I say, I'm okay. Am I really okay? For us as Christians, we say, I'm blessed and highly favored. And I've learned to ask, really? I know you're blessed and highly favored, but what about the inside of you? Are we honest? I said we need to be honest with ourselves. If I'm hurting, can I trust you with my emotions? Our society is such that when you know I'm broken, when you know I'm falling, when you know I'm failing, what do you do next? I say this as a part of this community, but we have a lot of gossips. We hurt each other so much before we take care of each other, and it is costing us a fortune. Are we each other's keepers? Or are we breaking one another? Are we breaking our children? We already know that they go to school, they are being bullied, they are being looked down because of their accents, because of their background. But are we providing a safe place for them to come back home and say, Daddy, this is what was going on? Do you even dare ask them what was happening, or do you just give them lunch and dinner and let them, it's time to go to sleep? Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, Thursday, Saturday comes, we go to church, we look very good, we go to church and we sit in the front, we are holding hands. But what are we hiding? I work with masks. That's a mask of shame. Some things are happening in your household, and you're covering. I look good on the inside, but I'm bleeding on the outside. We have masks of fear. I look very bold after all, I'm a Dr. Penny, but you have no idea that I'm afraid. The catastrophe of COVID and other things that have happened in our lives, they left us uncertain of the future. I don't know what my business will look like tomorrow. We have the youth, the children, the elderly who are feeling rejected, discriminated, they are bullied, we mock them, and they are often denied basic rights like access to medical, access to mental health. Many are neglected and isolated, ending up worse and sometimes even homeless. When we talk about homeless, we think we are talking about the community out here, but how many of us know that we now have our diaspora community, that many of them are homeless? What do we do about it? Do you see them on pass? Are we reaching out to one another? Many of them are embarrassed. We need to listen to them, embrace them, knowing that I said you and I are candidates for mental illness. Today it is your brother, today is your sister, today is Dr. Penny, like I said. I did go through my own 25 years of embarrassment with mental illness, with depression. But I also want to say that I'm also a face of a healed woman from depression. If God can do it for Penny, he can do it for you, he can do it for your children. Do not despise somebody who is going through it because you may be their savior. All they need from you is to be listened to, directed to treatment and rehabilitation. They need your mentoring, they need your coaching. Teach them how to fish for themselves, don't give them fish. Yes, we are sending many of them to the rehabs because it is easy. If I can have influence to put them in a rehab center, I'll put them there. When they come out, am I there? Are you there for them? Because just like we rehabilitate ex-prisoners, I want us to start thinking, how are we rehabilitating those who are coming from rehab centers? And then we talk about alcoholism and substance abuse. I said I'm a board-certified drug and alcohol addiction therapist. But when we see our brothers, and I come from a family where I have lost 5 of them, the eldest of 10, but I have lost 5 younger, and I'm not ashamed to say that alcohol had something to do with their deaths. We cover up. Somebody dies of depression, somebody dies of suicide, and we say, sorry, they die. We bury them very quickly and we move on. We do not dissect what happened. They died of a short illness. And I'm saying this with all due respect to families that have had to deal with that. And the other thing we do is we go back, we bury them, and then hush, hush, hush. The parents did this, the brothers did this. We buried the one who rested, let their souls rest in peace. What do we do with the families that are left behind? Let's talk real. What do we do with those families? How do we help them to move on? There's judgment, there's condemnation, we know it all. Allow me to be real. We need to change the way we look at those who are left dealing with suicide, those who are dealing with mental illness. Out of my own experience, I never woke up one morning and said, I want to be depressed. But I was. I know I fought it. I hate it. And very few people knew about it. Right here where we are. If it is not you, know somebody somewhere who is languishing in your family, in your community, in your church. And we look at them and we said, have you heard Dr. Penny is doing ABCD? Before you say Dr. Penny is doing ABCD, look for help from me. Look for help from your brother, because the children, the young people we are laughing about are relating with your own children. Where is the village that raises a child? I said everybody is a candidate for mental illness, depression, suicide, various addictions. The reality of mental illness is that it burdens families, public health. CDC, our sister Georgina can say that for real. Mental illness, mental health, it burdens and deprives us of development in our communities, because our children go to school, land is sold, they are sent into colleges, but they don't finish. I say, do we ask ourselves how our children are drinking? As much as I did not wake up one morning and say I wanted to be depressed, I'll say this something I always say, that no child was nursed on alcohol. No child was nursed on drugs, but we have them from the minister's children, from your children, from doctor's children. Mental illness, addictions, and everything does not discriminate. You are a candidate, and your child is a candidate. So what do we do when we discover that my child, of all the people, Dr. Penny's child is an alcoholic? You label me, you label my child, and now I'm using myself because I find it easier, but we are labeling our sisters, you're labeling our families, and making it very hard for this culprit to recover, because what they experience most is our rejection. We laugh about them. We condemn them. We judge them. I want you to remove the name of the mother or father to this child and put your name there. What does it feel like? I'll leave you to think about that, so that when you talk again, when you say about that child, and you're telling your children, don't play with Mobi, don't play with Otieno, don't play with Mutiso, because of ABCD. That child could be a child. Put your child's name in that, be able to love this child, because it could be a child. I say these things don't discriminate. Some statistics tell us that 62% of the population is living with mental illness. 62% is way too big. One person alone is one person too much. 19% have experienced mental illness in the past. Could that be you? Is that me? That is me. One of them is me. But thank God, God heals. There is a God of a second chance. Do not write anybody out, because you would never see me here. Because I say 25 years, 2 attempted suicides, abuse and everything, but God, He's here today. He's here today for you, for your child, for your niece, for your brother. 12% are caring for mentally ill loved ones in the homes. If you are not sick, your brother is, your sister is. We are losing our siblings, younger siblings to this. And then only 8% can say that, I don't know what you're talking about. The rest of us, you know something. There is an urgent need for all of us to change our attitude towards the families that are taking care of the mentally sick, to change our attitude towards those who are looking depressed and stressed. Before we judge them, ask yourself, what led so-and-so to look like this? They were churchgoers, they no longer come to church, and what do we say? Alifika, or he got too rich. We don't look for them, we judge them instead, and they hear it from the grapevines. The next thing you hear, they committed suicide, or they are languishing in their homes alone. We are not reaching out to them because we judge them and we say, it's a choice they made. Before we say it is a choice they made, look out, why did they do that? Remove the stigma and the shame. Let us demystify mental illness and say that mental illness is just a disease like any other disease, and it is treatable, it is curable. If I say I have diabetes, you will not shun me. I have a chronic back pain, I live with it, and those who know about it have never shunned me. But had I talked about my depression when I was going through it, and that is why I hid it for a good 25 years, is because I did not want to be labeled. Not only was I capable of being labeled, but my children would be labeled for that. We are cruel with each other. When one person is suffering, we label the whole family. We talk about bullying out in schools. We bully ourselves in the homes. We bully one another in churches. We are bullying one another even as we invest. So investing in mental health and spreading the awareness, spreading the knowledge is going to be very, very critical, because I said we can invest all the money we have. You can work the doubles and the triples. But if you do not invest in your mental illness, you're kidding yourself. Because somewhere along the way, you're going to trip with all the plans. Think something will go wrong because it has gone wrong for others. Let us help reduce suicide, homicides, mass murders. Our children are going to school and we are not sure whether they will come back home. It is no longer an American problem. It is our diaspora community problem. Because our children are going to these schools, so if this is happening, mass murders and everything are happening, the homicides. And let's admit it, even in our own communities, how many times have we found that so-and-so, brother so-and-so, or mama so-and-so killed the children and killed herself, killed himself and killed the family. It is no longer a story out there. And we are not addressing these things. So I'm encouraging us that we need to stop judging, dismissing people, condemning them, rejecting them, belittling them, discriminating them to an extent that when you're told, you know of a Kenyan who can do this, that, and the other, I know so and so, but I'm not sure they will be able to perform. Give them a chance. If I had not been given a chance, my depression was my pre-going to college. I went to college after that. I came here and started a new life after that. Who is there that we are writing off and saying this one is too late? Who are we shunning? Who are we letting go? Let us stop ignoring somebody who is manifesting stress, depression, unexplainable withdrawals. I talked about our children withdrawing and we let them go and we say, wachana na huyo, it's, adolescent issues. The adolescent issues are turning into other things, so I'm asking, let us pay attention. They have anger, they have temper tantrums, distress, self-hate. You hear your child talking about how poor they can't do this, I can't do the other. We ourselves are sometimes practicing that. Somebody told me that yes, life is hard today, but it is also coming to a point where we are making it like we are talking about it. And remember the power of your tongue. You have the power of life and death in your tongue. Whatever we are confessing over and over and over becomes a reality. I said our children are copycats. They hear us talk about those things. Things are so hard, but when are we talking about hope? I also happen to be a minister of the gospel, and I'm guilty just as you are. How many times do we sit and talk about, I saw what God did for me yesterday, he can do it today, he will do it again for you. How much hope are we giving to people? Or are we highlighting the bad things of life so much that people are believing that there is nothing good in life? The same lifestyles we are having today, they were there during the time of Abraham, the time of your great-great-grandparents. They were having stuff. So God has recreated generation after generation. Why have we given up and believed that it's done, we are finished? It is not over until God says it is over. We need to show compassion and no judgment to people. Invest in your health, in your mental health. It is better than any other investment. You can buy the houses, you can buy the building, you can buy businesses, but if your head is not working, something is not right. Part of our mental health is, have we put our homes in order? Investing, we are investing. Who knows where you have bought a plot? How many of us have titles that are hidden in banks? Your wife doesn't know about them. We are investing. I'm not out of line. But I'm talking about putting our homes in order, because a day is going to come when you're going to lie in a bed like I did. And my children were called and told, you better tell her. Carol was there. Moby was there. Go tell her what you need to tell her, because she's not leaving hospital today. Could that be you tomorrow? Who knows where your investments are? Or are they hidden investments? Wacha tuongee. Yes, we are investing, but who knows where your investment is? I know in this land, if you die intestate, your wealth goes where? To the state, including your children if you have not organized yourself. These are the days we talk about the reality of life. Who knows where your investment is? You have invested, you are well invested, you have stocks and everything. I'm saying this out of experience. When a friend dies, they were investing in a team, like our sister Georgina says. We're in a group and we're investing, and we all know where we have bought 20 acres of land in Nakuru and another one here in Georgia. And wherever you are, in Delaware, in Connecticut, wherever you are, you have bought that land. But who else knows that you have bought that land? One of these days, COVID taught us that if we did not learn from COVID that life can happen and in the twinkling of an eye, we knew it before, but I hope that COVID hit it home. We have lots of things we have invested, but I challenge us. It's part of mental illness, because when you're busy hiding these things, you are stressing your mind. Some of us are depressed because I don't want my husband to know, my wife to know, my child to know. That's part of the stress, the hiding, the covering up of everything, covering the good and the bad and the ugly. We are covering the wrong things. And as you are doing that, you are stressing your mind, and before you know it, you are depressed. But if I asked you what you're depressed about, you have money, she's driving a good car, they live in a very affluent place. But why are they depressed? He's a professor. I'm a lead psychologist. You are whoever you are. And by the way, it goes across the board. It doesn't matter whether you're a doctor, whether you are a minister, whether you are what. Let us be real. You are a candidate, and so am I. I said remove your masks. Another one is a mask of disappointment. How many of us have been disappointed? We covered it up. How are you doing? I'm blessed and highly favored. I know you are, but what are you covering? I'm disappointed. For years, I lived with that disappointment of having wanted to become a doctor after Alliance Girls High School, those of you who are from Kenya. I waited for 41 years, and I kid you not. I was disappointed. I kept regretting it. I kept on asking, why me, God? And that was part of my depression. Until I knew how to deal with it, that God's timing is the best time. How many of you have anger that you cannot even explain? You just need somebody to do this, and you snap and you burn the house. We have hidden anger. Many of us have grown up in those earlier homes where we were beaten properly with the moiko shoes and everything, sufurias and everything, and you have carried that against your mother to date. They are gone, but you're remembering, and every time you remember it, your stomach goes like this. Your mother is sleeping, my father is sleeping. I know what my father did to us, but he's gone. If I continue holding that and you're holding that, who is hurting? You and me. Let go. Forgive them. And I know that sometimes when we talk about forgiving people and letting them go, you think you're forgiving them and you're asking, but they have not come to say sorry. Don't wait for the sorry, but do it for you. Move on. Forgive them and move on, because you are the one who is carrying the guile. COVID, uncertainty. The mask of uncertainty. I don't know what tomorrow holds, but I know who holds my future. Amen? Sickness, terminal illnesses. We have cancer across the board. We have depression across the board. We are worried. Right now, we have cancer in our family. So I'm not talking about things out there. I know what it feels to have a terminal illness. I know what it is to lie on a bed, for me, not knowing whether I'm going to rise tomorrow, and then abuse. A lot of us have gone through it, and we are hiding. From your parents, you still carry that wound. Unresolved issues are part of our depression. Practice self-care. You do everything for everybody else for years, but yourself. We are investing. We are building homes for our fathers and our mothers, and that's a big deal. It's very good. It is needed. But please, as you invest in other people, first of all, invest in yourself. Take care of yourself. The Bible says, love your neighbor as yourself, and God has given us permission to love us as well. You can only give from something that has something. A lot of us, the triples and the doubles and everything, and we don't talk about it. You don't even equate it with depression, because you are giving, we are feeling misused. It's very nice to hear the government saying that the diaspora community is sending so many millions out there, but how many have you saved for yourself? How many of us are guilty? Professor, how many of us, even with the money in the circle? We have those things for other people out there, but you have nothing for yourself. Many of us, like me, until I woke up to know that I would send money back home and tell my children, we are not eating meat today, we are sending money home, not knowing I could send that money and tell my children we'll buy eggs and meat tomorrow, unaware that I could send them and tell them to eat for this meat tomorrow, they will not be there tomorrow. My mother taught me, a child needs an egg. Don't postpone what you can do for your family here because you're doing for everybody out there. Allow me to say this with all due respect. A lot of our goodness has come back to bite us. And that has caused us this depression because we have helped everybody out there, not ourselves. We prioritized on everybody else there, and I'm asking us to prioritize on your own self-care. Help somebody there, it is all very well. But don't become an enabler who does things for other people because I want to be loved, I want to be praised. Mama so-and-so has built a home for so-and-so, but you're living in a shop. You're living in a place that is a little under you. Because I want to be loved. I want to be praised out there. I want people to talk about me in a certain way. I want us to come back to the drawing board. Are you doing it to please other people, or are you doing something to take care of yourself? Advocate for the mentally sick and their families. Stop self-hate, stop isolating yourself, talk to somebody. Remove the shame and the stigma that goes with mental health, mental illness. There is nothing shameful about being depressed, because there are so many things that can cause you to be depressed. If somebody tells you they have a headache, it's okay, you can take care of them. Why don't you take care of that person who may be having a headache because they are depressed? But they will not tell you that because they know that the moment you hear that I'm depressed, you go tell another person. Not because you care, but as a way of gossiping. Let's remove the gossip. Let us stop self-destruction. Another one I want to highlight is self-sabotaging languages. How many times are you the one who tells negative things about yourself to the extent I get to know you in a negative way because of everything you're saying every day? I'm not good at this, I'm not good at the other. Teach us to respect you by respecting yourself, making boundaries that it is this way, respect me because I have some respect for myself. Teach people to appreciate you because you appreciate yourself. You know you're working hard, you know you have invested. Invest in yourself and then teach us the value of you. Avoid unnecessary stress from overloads, from work. Some of us, I know what it is to be in school and to be raising a family, to be taking care of my parents, to be doing everything that I was doing. It is evident that there will be stress. Talk to somebody. Ask somebody. We have people who can help you, therapists, counselors all around. Our ministers are now training to be able to do the same thing. Our relationships are also a mess. We are doing things that are hurting us just for the sake of having a name. We are living in abuse at the expense of our children, and I always say that, allow me to say this, that when domestic violence is going through, the victim is going through a hard time, but the people who suffer most for generations to come are our children. I'll leave you to think about that. Is it worth it? That we are raising angry children because of the depression, the stress that is going on in the house, and then tomorrow they go to school, they are labeled. They cannot cope. And then we talk about this generation. Which generation? The generation we are raising. Look out for one another. When we meet somebody from community events, once, twice, please look out, check on that person. Let us stop saying alifika. Let us stop saying he became too proud. He's too busy for everybody else. Sometimes they are hiding because they don't know what to expect from us as a society that curses, a society that isolates, a society that when we get together, like here, we are talking to one another, but there's somebody sitting at a corner all by themselves. Reach out for that person. There could be so many reasons why this person is isolating themselves. Don't talk, go talk to somebody. Don't suffer alone. The other one is setting unachievable goals. Yes, I want to be called a millionaire, and today I would love to be called a millionaire. But my time has not come. But my sister could be a millionaire, and I'm judging her. How come? She's younger, she's this, my brother there. It's not your time. Be patient and wait upon God, because when your time comes, the Bible says, and when the time is ripe, the Lord will make everything beautiful for you. Take your time and encourage yourself and encourage the other person. And you who is blessed today, don't be a thorn in somebody's flesh. The way you carry yourself, making other people feel like it. They are not working as hard as you are. Hawajipangi. Na wamejipanga usiku na mchana, mwaka twende mwaka turudi, but it is not happening. It's not their time, so let's embrace one another and give each other a chance. Prioritize on your self-care, enough rest. We are running and running and running, and I'm guilty of that until the Lord had to put me in a hospital bed. I knew it was coming. But the stubborn me, I want to do this, I want to help so and so, and I want to make this impression, and I want to get this degree. I have now learned that there is a time for everything. Contain yourself, know your weaknesses, know your strength, and work with that. How about annual medical checkups? A lot of us are pushing them out there. Until you go 2 years after and you're told that you have cancer or this or the other, stage 4. Had you gone 2 years ago, maybe they would have caught it in good time. Exercise, walk, climb, hike, swim. Maintain a deliberate positive attitude. That's why I talked about self-sabotaging attitude, self-talk, where you're talking negative things and you're even telling people how you cannot do this and the other. And so I'll carry what you tell me and start telling Ata ukimuona, even if you see her with the doctorate and everything, she cannot do ABCD. I told you, so you carry it around, and then I blame you. Watch what you're saying about yourself, what you're telling people about you, and then you get depressed when you hear it out there. You know we talk. So let's watch out what we're giving out there, because it will be carried out verbatim. Maintain a deliberate positive attitude. Watch your self-sabotaging self-talk. Show others how to respect you by respecting yourself and setting boundaries. It took me years of pain to learn to say no. How many of us can admit that I have a hard time saying no to anybody? Am I the only one? Are you not one person who, can you do this? Can you take me to work tomorrow? And you know your car is broken, you're going to ask Andrew's car. Saying yes when you know you should be saying no. Learn to say no without feeling guilty about it. Know yourself, know your resources. Please don't say yes for the sake of pleasing that other person, becoming an enabler, and then you complain that you are being misused. Set boundaries. Avoid unachievable goals. Learn to say no to people's demands just to please them. Stop people pleasing. I'll end up by saying, while I'm a mental health advocate, and a very passionate one, I can only advocate for so much. But I want to encourage you, be your own best self-advocate. Because you know your strength, you know how much you can do, you know how much you cannot do. Be your best advocate, not your worst enemy. We must work together to eliminate the long days of silence, solitude, stigma and shame, discrimination against those who are suffering from mental illness, the rejection we have showered on them. We must build a world where mental health care and support and compassion is available for everybody. We can do it, but we begin by accepting ourselves, accepting those that are around us, and knowing that they are not where they are by choice. Nobody woke up one morning and said, I want to be depressed. I want to encourage us. It does not cost you $1 to love somebody. It does not cost you something. I mean, it doesn't cost you a lot to ask somebody, how are you doing? And ask it genuinely. Other masks are wrong choices. We will make those wrong choices. But it is human, we make mistakes. The others are addictions. And I said, before you judge somebody, because I'm saying this from the perspective of my family members who became addicted for one thing or another, and many of my friends also. Sometimes somebody is going through depression and stress, and they say, kidogo tu, just one thought, and they sleep well today, and tomorrow they take another one, they sleep better, and before they know it, they are addicted. Before you judge them, ask them, what happened? How can I help you? Another one is pride and prejudice. We are too proud to ask for help. I don't know everything. I don't know everything. May I be humble enough to ask, can you help me? Can you guide me to do ABCD? When it comes to technology, I do not know. I'm not good at it, and so I have learned to ask my grandchildren. Be humble enough to ask somebody for help. Instead of suffering alone, talk to somebody. It is okay to say, I'm not okay. It is okay not to be okay. It is human. We were not made to be perfect. And I want to encourage us that the best way to demystify mental health is to talk about it. What you don't know, ask somebody. Ask for help. Encourage other people to seek help, because many people are dying alone because they deprived themselves of the help available because they were ashamed, they were stigmatized, they knew they would be discriminated, and we do it among ourselves. And I pray that we can break this and do something that will build our community, because as much as we are investing, let us start here with mental illness. Amen. God bless you. David, over to you.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Njoroge. We truly appreciate that. I guess in the interest of time, I'll just go ahead and call on the next speaker. It's a friend of mine I've known for quite some time, flies in all the way from Minneapolis, Minnesota. He's an attorney that deals in a lot of litigation and other issues, including immigration. Please give your hand to my friend, Henry Ongeri.
Thank you, my friend Daudi. And I'd like to start by saying hello. Good evening. I know the meal was heavy, so I would understand why we're a little out of it. As you heard, my name is Henry Ongeri. I am the founder and principal attorney of Diaspora Lawyers. We're the DL down there. And what we do is we essentially protect the rights of diaspora people. We focus on immigration, as Daudi said, international law, business, some family law, non-profit organizations, and once in a while when a client of mine is locked up, I find myself in in criminal court. I am licensed in the states of Minnesota. I'm an advocate of the High Court of Kenya, State of New York, Federal District of Minnesota, and the US Tax Court. Most of you may remember me as most recently as a governor candidate in the county of Nyamira. And we were, full disclosure, we were on the Azimio side of the equation that's behind us. I am the president of the New Dawn Foundation, which is an NGO that helps children and families in Nyamira County. On behalf of my wife, Dottie, who's in the audience, maybe you stand up so people can see you. I want to thank the organizers of this forum. I want to thank AKDOI as an organization and all the volunteers who have made this possible. This, I can tell you, is no mean undertaking. Several years ago, we did organize what was called a Pan-African Trade and Investment Summit. In Minnesota, we had 6 different African countries represented looking for opportunities in trade and investment. And despite the work that goes into this, and David and your team know this, we did achieve what I think was an important milestone in that, as a result of that, a Minneapolis-based infrastructure company invested billions of shillings in affordable housing in Shauri Moyo, Nairobi. So we felt that all the sweat was worth it. I was asked to speak on a subject. I was actually given what I call Mission Impossible. Talk about the diaspora's role in advancing our social and economic welfare. That professor can take a whole book. But I'm supposed to talk about it in a few minutes. So it's a very broad subject. I choose to give a very high-level overview, and I give you my thoughts, which are not going to be many. In other words, for today, mambo ni matatu tu. Those who know. I first started wondering, why should or why does diaspora have to do anything? What is our interest in this? And as I was thinking about this, I looked back to an article that I published back on July 25th of 2013, where I was saying that the Constitution of Kenya 2010 had ushered in opportunities for our counties to link up with the diaspora and thereby advance development. I thought that given that now counties were sovereigns that could reach directly to us, we could create partnerships that would help develop our counties a little faster. In other words, we would use our human, financial, and natural resources at home and abroad a little better. In that same article, I argued, as I would today, that when we talk about remittances as our only contribution to the land, we miss the mark. Remittances are probably the least of our contributions to Kenya. You wouldn't know that because every time diaspora is mentioned relative to how much money we send. In other words, we are talking walking ATMs and nothing else. I reject that notion. I think we are better than that. Unfortunately, what we thought was our promises of devolution have not been felt by our people. And here, I am saying it as someone who crisscrossed the county of Nyamira. Nyamira is full of hills. So the little weight that I went with disappeared within a fairly short time as I ran up and down talking to people. People don't feel the effect of the billions of shillings that have come or supposedly come to them through devolution. In my county of Nyamira, 10 plus years later, probably 100 billion shillings down the road, the roads are still impassable. The hospital has no drugs, no doctors, and no running water. Our hospital in Nyamira County is the only hospital where patients or their family needs to fetch water so they can take a bath. 10 years after devolution. Youth unemployment is as high or even higher than it was, and poverty has increased. How I would like to say that Nyamira is an exception. It's not. I spoke with Mheshimiwa, Dr. Manduku last night, and he told us that in his constituency of Nyaribari Masaba, the people are yet to feel the effects of devolution. Now, I don't like being the one to dampen everybody's spirits, but Dr. Penny, I took your advice. Let's be real. Let's say it as it is. Let's not sugarcoat it. And I'm so happy that our legislative leaders are here so they can hear it from us. So, switching gears, I said, mambo ni matatu. There are very many opportunities that I see that diaspora can take to advance our social and economic welfare. Because there are too many, I decided to just focus on 3. That is why I said mambo ni matatu. So yale mengine matatu mnasikia. These ones are about how we get engaged in Kenya for the benefit of our people. And as I thought about it, I borrowed an acronym from technology. It's API. The geeks among you would know that that means Application Programming Interface, API. But today, I would like us to think about this differently. The A, for our purposes tonight, stands for agitate. Agitate. The P stands for participate. And the I stands for invest. So, if someone to ask me, how are we going to be engaged in Kenya for the development of our people, we are going to API. Let me just say one or two words under each so that I can make my point. Under agitate, I would say that we need to continue and increase the fight for our right to vote and have direct representation in all levels of government. This is not a wish. It's a constitutional mandate, and it's an order by the Supreme Court of Kenya. Forget the fact that IEBC has refused to implement it fully. I would urge that we continue the push, because without representation, all the things we talk about here are stories. We need to be able to hold our representatives to account, which is why I argue that we need to agitate for that right. As we agitate, let's build relationships and partnerships with elected leaders, civil society, and others. And I'm happy again to see that AKDOI invited elected leaders to be with us as we have this dialogue. I get a little tired when I see an appointment being made of some committee of some sort that claims to address diaspora issues. I don't think I'm alone. I think we need serious and intentional and full integration in governance, which is why, in my mind, I think being able to vote and being able to represent us is key. The second part of the API was a P, and I propose that that be participate. And this one is sort of self-explanatory. Let us stand and be counted. Let us not wish for things to happen. Let's be the change that we want to see. And it's appropriate that we are speaking this in the city of Atlanta, which has given this country some of the greatest change agents. I'm here talking about Dr. Martin Luther King. I'm talking about John Lewis. Am I right? This is a city that knows change. Can we at least honor their legacy by being part of the change that we seek? Now, talking about participation, I want to share my own little story. As I mentioned earlier, about 3 years ago, I made a decision which my wife and several other people thought was completely crazy. I decided that I was going to go and join Dr. Manduku and Mheshimiwa Okia in the campaign trail. For those of you who may not know, campaigns are tough, but campaigns in Kenya are outright brutal. In fact, some people say that it's a jungle and only animals are invited. But I decided to jump in nonetheless. We launched what looked like a very long shot campaign for governor of Nyamira County, who were trying to dislodge a person who had been there since 2013 as a deputy governor, which means all the billions that had been sent to Nyamira County probably ended in his pockets or in the pockets of his friends. I don't know which is which, but we know that they did not end up in the hospital or on the roads. So we go there, and my campaign slogan was, Bwakire Se. That in Kikisi means it's a new dawn. And I expressed it in a mathematical formula. I said, Bwakire Se equals to new ideas, because we really needed new ideas, plus a bold vision, because our county needed a bold vision. And third, fresh faces, because we were tired, as my friend Washington would say, we were tired of dynasties. So we go. I joined a crowded field of 12 men with different everything, different ages, different sizes, different shapes, different levels of intellect. So we started. I am proud to say that I survived that, but I also made a mark. I was the only candidate among the 12 men who selected a woman as the running mate, because I believed in fresh faces. I insisted that we run a campaign based on ideas and not on ill-gotten money. We probably lost that one because ill-gotten money goes farther than ideas. But we didn't get tired. We campaigned very hard, but very respectfully. And people in Nyamira County today will tell you that our campaign, though not successful on the ballot, was very successful in reshaping the discussion. As an example, on July 16th, 2022, we held a televised candidates debate. It was almost a rally. You can imagine 12 men trying to outshout each other. Post-debate polls, although they're informal, showed that our campaign, in terms of ideas and integrity, outscored all of them. We were scored at 34%, and the runner-up, Professor Marwanga, was scored at 19%. So we clearly were saying the right things. But in Nyamira County, and probably in most of Kenya, the right ideas only get you so far. I would like to say that I followed my advice of P by participating. I did not win on the ballot, but I believe that the people of Nyamira won. In that nowadays, when I listen even to debates on radio, people say, yeah, we need new ideas. We need new ideas. So I like that. Don't be afraid of participating. That was our second P. Ladies and gentlemen, before I bore you to death, our final letter was I, invest, which is the theme of this conference. I don't need to talk about investment too much. One, because I'm not an investment expert, but I can suggest a few things. We had a very eloquent discussion by Prof. of the need to come together, join circles, form groups, do whatever we can. But whatever you do, don't go it alone. Whichever way you choose to do it. Because going alone makes it easier. If you think about this as swimming in a shark-infested lake or ocean, it's the fish that's swimming alone that gets eaten. Isn't that true? So I would encourage that we band together where possible and do our investment that way. I would also encourage that we think investment not just as financial investment. Let's also invest especially in our youthful population. That means taking time to mentor those that we can mentor, taking time to actually reach out to them, join foundations and organizations that are doing good work, and invest that way. Investment is not just in dollars and cents. The other angle that I had under I, which I already alluded to, is I really don't want to hear this talk about remittances. I know that the government set up a team to increase remittances. I would submit today that that is the wrong approach. I think government needs to set something that's more tangible than a committee to increase how much money is shipped from here to Nairobi or Kisii or Nyamira. I think we can do better than that. Underinvest, and what kind of lawyer would not put a plug for himself? So I'm about to. But not just lawyers. Seek and follow advice of professionals in the field. Don't gamble with money. I'll give you an example. People come together, and we have a lot of this in Minnesota. I think you probably have this in Georgia as well. Constituency-based, clan-based, even tribe-based groups that come together and put money together and appoint one of them treasurer. The treasurer, being a smart guy, this was a case we actually did. Being a smart guy, decided that he can multiply that money by investing it in some stocks. What happened? He lost the money, all of it. When he came to the meeting to announce that he had lost members' money, he was almost killed. The police saved him. I was called, as I said, once in a while I get called to very sticky situations. I was called in, and to cut the long story short, it was not friendly, because these are your friends. I mean, these are your workmates, but you've lost their money. I would hate to be hired by any one of you to deal with a situation like that. If we're going to make a decision on financial investment, whether we're buying stocks, mutual funds, or whatever it is, let's make sure that we are working with people in that space who understand what the options are, who know what the risks are, and who can manage it for us. I am sure the group would rather pay the fee, if it's a fee-based arrangement, than lose all the money like my friends did. Ladies and gentlemen, I promised I was going to take just a few minutes. I'm not sure I kept my word. But I would like to conclude by saying one or two things. First, let's continue this conversation. Let's continue dialoguing. Let's keep sharing ideas. Those that have gone ahead and set up groups, whether they be circles or any, let's learn from each other. Let's share. Let's not be, I think one speaker said here, that you know something and you want to hide it. Then it does you no good, because if you get buried 6 feet under, it goes with you. Let's share honestly, and I think it's healthy and it's productive. To my elected leaders, please, whatever you can do, tell our leadership to stop treating the diaspora as 48th county in word only. Let's see some real action. If we have 48th county of Kenya, let's see action that reflects that. I'm sure, Waheshimiwa, you can make something happen. And finally, let's all go out of here and API. Let's agitate, let's participate, let's invest. Thank you for your attention. Thank you for your time. God bless you.
Again, Wakili, thank you so much. And for those of you who just joined us, who've been coming since the last hour or so, thank you for being here. We're coming toward the end of our day today, so in the interest of time, we're going to be making this very short. And by the way, I just want to say this. Our secretary, Madam Dr. Juliana Morse, I think you see her on the program. She was supposed to be here today to assist. We normally run this together, but last minute changes came from, she lives in Indiana, so she couldn't make it, and so we couldn't shift a lot of things around. So that's why I hate to bore you just being the only one coming up here, but we didn't get enough time to kind of adjust the program, but please, hope you put up with us for that. With that said, I think the next several rounds of presentations will revolve. I'm going to call one lady that came from Kenya, and then it's going to be me, and then we'll come down to the keynote speeches that we need to hear from our invited guests from Kenya and our own Dr. Gigi. And then I think our sponsors are here, Equity is here. My friend James just came back, so we would spare a few minutes for you as well, so that we can run a successful conclusion of this program. With that said, I want to take this opportunity to invite our young politician from Kenya. She last ran for office MP in Langata. I refer to as Madam President. Please put your hands together for Vivian Tar.
Thank you, David. I feel like the mic is a bit. Sorry, Rons, most of you are shorter than me. Okay.
Lucky you, right?
Yeah, there's a reason they call me Madam President. I think they're prophesying into my future. I like reading history or going through history, and one of the stories I follow very closely is the history of Korea. So there's a very famous general in Korean folklore. He's called Yi Song-gi. If you don't follow Korean history, it's going to be difficult to know this. But he was a military general in Korea, and he toppled. There was a dynasty before that. It was called Goryeo, and he came into power by toppling the king and that dynasty and taking over as the new king. And so the new nation that was created just before Korea came into being was called Joseon. So he said something very profound that I like to put into practice. He said, what is only land becomes a path when you walk on it repeatedly. So the picture that comes to mind is when you find a place that's just maybe grass and nothing exists there, and every day you walk like through this land in a path, eventually a path forms. And he was saying this in one of their military activities. He was trying to encourage the soldiers and tell them one of the military conquests they were taking against the Japanese, and it looked like their army was not good enough to win. And he was saying this to encourage them and tell them that, you know, even when it looks impossible, if you're consistent and if you keep going, then you eventually get a path. So what am I trying to say? I'm trying to say that the fact that we are here and we're talking about opportunities, we're talking about, you know, economic empowerment, growth, development. And sometimes what looks like not making progress or what looks like is not going anywhere, when you're consistent enough, when you put, you know, energy and just you apply your mind to it, then eventually you get a path through it. So I am hoping that having listened to all the speakers and even as we leave here, we will leave with the notion in mind that for everything we want to achieve, we need to be, you know, consistent. So I'm happy to be here. It's my first time in Atlanta, and it's a nice place. I'm really glad to be here. I've met a couple of you, and I'm hoping that, you know, right after this, we will continue to have conversations. And as we discuss, you know, just diaspora, investment opportunities, policy, and just things that, ways in which the diaspora can plug in. You know, one of the interesting stories I hear a lot about Kenyans and just Africans living in the diaspora is how you send back money to your family or your friends or relatives, and, you know, with a plan of what you want to achieve. Most of the time, it's maybe construction related or stocks or whatever it is you're investing in. And you're sent very beautiful pictures of, you know, the progress of your construction or plan, and you think that everything is going well, only for you to arrive there and find that, you know, the money was embezzled. And so when we talk about, of course, you know, diaspora remittances back home, and it's common knowledge right now that in Kenya, diaspora remittances have far surpassed every other export, you know, coffee, tea, tourism, horticulture. I think diaspora is topping that right now. I don't know the numbers, but I just know that diaspora remittances are at the top of our foreign exchange earning in Kenya. So I want us to have a conversation more or less, and structure it. My father was really good in alliteration. You know, when he wanted to teach or tell you something, it would always be 3 A's, 5 C's, and I picked that from him. So today, I'm going to talk about maybe just 3 I's. The first one is identity. As Kenyans who live outside of Kenya, like in the diaspora, what's your identity? You know, what do you identify as? Who do you see yourself? Do you see yourself as Kenyan first, or, you know, as a foreigner living in a foreign country? It's important to find out, you know, how do you see yourself? And the second one is what the speaker just before me had touched on it, so I feel like we were like on the same page on this. But investment, or how to invest, that's the second I. And the third one is impact. Because if you're going to put money anywhere, I mean, you want to see impact. You want it to have, to give you value, or to just achieve a goal. Like, you're not just putting money somewhere for the sake of putting money. There's a reason why you would be putting money somewhere. So I don't live in the diaspora. I actually live in Nairobi. So I can't speak a lot in relation to what maybe Kenyans in the diaspora are experiencing. But I can speak for what's happening at home, what I'm seeing, what I'm observing, what people are saying. And I can tell you right now, we were just having a conversation with Senator about how in Kenya right now, the economy is actually being sustained by, say, the middle class and the Kenyans living in the diaspora who are supporting their families and sending funds and finances like back home. So in this conversation we are having, I want everyone in this room to just reflect about who am I? Who am I? And what legacy do I want to leave? When my time is done here, what do I want to have achieved? And where do I want to put my dollars? Where do I want to put my money? Where do I want to invest it? In this place where I'm investing it, what impact will it have? What change can it bring? What value can it add, you know? So that you're not just in your usual rat race, earning money, paying bills, earning money, paying bills. I mean, that's what a lot of us do. But I just want you to think, like just take a minute and think about your life. Think about where you are at right now and what you're doing. Do you feel that, you know, you're living your best life, so to speak? That you're putting your money in the place where it has like the most impact or not? When I was getting ready to come here, I read about how India has done well in terms of engaging with, you know, Indians in the diaspora, and how for them it's not just about forming a committee to increase, you know, remittances from the diaspora, but actually engaging them and implementing policies that support funds or just input from people in the diaspora. And I'm glad that at least we have a couple of people who are in this room who are part of the legislature. If you all know from your history in government, you know Kenya has 3 arms of government: the executive, led by the president, the legislature, which is parliament, and the judiciary. So it means some of the people in this room are actually front and center in one of the arms of government and can actually, you know, make a change in terms of legislation and maybe even policy and things like that to be able to make a difference. But then also, while at it, I think it would be, I would like to encourage like the diaspora. I know they already do this, but just in terms of finding a way to, you know, come together and lobby more for issues that affect people, Kenyans in the diaspora, and that they would want to see a change in. You know, I'm speaking and then I just remember, did I even introduce myself? Okay. Okay, David did introduce me as Madam President, but at this point, I think it would be nice to introduce myself. Yes? At least nimefanya mmecheka kidogo. Mmekuwa serious. Hizo sura zenu hata zinaweza fanya mtu huku. Anyway, my name is Vivian. They call me Ta as in Tango Alpha. So that's like light, if you know your Swahili very well. And I actually like to think of myself as a light. So because of the impact that light has, you know, if you're a Bible person, unajua wanasema, oh, I switched to Swahili, sorry. That means, when the Bible says, when you are a light, you bring light like in the house. Nobody lights a lamp and then puts it under, because the whole point of having light is so that, you know, it has impact. So I like to think of myself as someone who, in every space that you step in every room that you go to, you have impact. So if you will forget a lot, at least don't forget my name. Okay, so moving along swiftly. You're giving me those hard stares again. Guys, soften your stares a bit. Anyway, back to my 3 I's. Your identity. I think, from where I stand, I think that you're Kenyan first. You're Kenyan first, and then you're anything else. Whether you live in the US or UK or any other country. And as much as you're far away from home, I think it's important to always keep in touch with what's happening. A lot of people are apolitical or not interested in the politics of the day or what's happening in government. But the truth is, politics affects everything that happens. It affects how much taxes you'll pay. It affects your education policies, your foreign affairs. It affects currency, everything. So you cannot, cross your arms and be like, I don't care about what they do or say. You need to care. You need to care because if you're going to invest back home, then the environment needs to be conducive for the money that you're sending back home. And the only way the environment can be conducive is if the policies and the leadership and the people there are doing what they're supposed to do. Creating an environment where you and your family and your relatives and everyone else can thrive, where your businesses can do well. Because at the end of the day, nobody is working just for the government. Nobody just works to pay taxes. You work to actualize, your goals and the things you want to achieve, to educate your children, to support your family. So yes, you do want to pay tax, but that's not the only thing you want to do. So it's important to, keep tabs with what is happening. It's part of your identity. It's important to know and be aware of what's happening, be involved in the conversation. You don't necessarily have to, take a stand or, side with either the government or the opposition, but it's important to have information and knowledge about what's happening, because what that does is it helps you make informed decisions on where and how to spend your money based on the policies that the government is pushing or the agenda that the government is pushing. You're able to decide, I will invest in agriculture, or I will invest in housing, or I will invest in real estate, or whichever sector you choose. But you see, you can't do that just blindly by not knowing what's happening, because otherwise then you might choose a sector where the policies are, not conducive, and you end up losing your money. So stay in touch with your identity, stay in touch with what's happening in your country, what's happening back home, in terms of not just rhetoric, but in terms of policy and how it affects your money and your investment when you send it. The second thing I was going to talk about is investment, but it's investment in terms of economic empowerment. The world over, not just Kenya or America, they say money talks, right? So if money talks, then the best thing that you can do for yourself is make sure you multiply it, you grow it, because then that way you have a bigger voice, right? The more money you have, I guess the bigger your voice is, the more influence you have, the more you can speak about something and be heard. So when it comes to investment, you need to look at it from a perspective of multiplication. You're not created just to be and remain stagnant where you are. So you need to look at it as, how do I make the resources that I have, how do I multiply the resources that I have? And as a Kenyan living in the diaspora, is Kenya yes, Kenya is home and you need to invest in it, but I think you also need to have an open mind. Don't look at Kenya only. We say now we are a global village. So when you're looking at investment opportunities, explore beyond just Kenya. Like you can look at East Africa, you can look at Uganda, for example. You can look at Tanzania. Maybe there are sectors that may not be doing well in Kenya, but may be doing well, in the Eastern African region or, in the African region. but just have that open mind of looking to other places other than just Kenya, depending on the opportunities that are arising for you to be able to multiply your resources. So my encouragement in terms of investment is to remove the fear of I am not from DRC, or I am not from Nigeria, or I am not from Uganda, or I'm not from Ethiopia. If there are opportunities that make sense for you in those various markets, then it's worth exploring so that you spread your risk. Your risk is not all tied down like in Kenya. And the other thing I want to add about that is Kenya is and many African countries, not just Kenya, we are very import-oriented. We import almost everything that we use. But then you can be the different person who, exports something. Maybe the opportunity is not in putting your money in Kenya, but in finding commodities from Kenya for export, to other European or Asian or African countries. You could do, for example, leather to the Far East. We have a very vibrant tanning and leather industry in Kenya. The business model does not have to be based in Kenya. When you're thinking about this investment thing, you can think outside of just Kenya. I think that's the point I'm trying to make. And when I come to the last point, which is impact, I want you to think of impact. I talked earlier about multiplying your investment. For me, impact is multiplying yourself, multiplying your ability to affect other people's lives, multiplying your ability to impact, others beyond yourself, like going beyond just you. So it requires you to pick an area where you're passionate about. I was talking to Lavin yesterday, and she's very passionate about street children and children who are homeless, children who are neglected. So I want to use this as an example. If, for example, you're like her, and that is your area of passion, the gap that you see in the society. So how you multiply yourself is, of course, you cannot be everything to everyone, but you start from where you are, and if you can change the lives of one child, 2 children, 3, 10, 15, 20, whatever number it is, guess what? You're making a difference. Your investment is able to make impact in that area. So when you think about your involvement with Kenya as a Kenyan living in the diaspora, it should go beyond just like money or remittances that you're sending to help like your family or to build your business. It should be also about legacy. What are you doing to help other people who are not necessarily related to you? Or how are you making a difference in the lives of other people? Because guess what? When your time is done here, all that remains of you are the memories you created, the experiences you had with people. So our lives are very relationship and relational driven. So I want you to think, I know the world teaches us to think just about money, but I want to make a special appeal that you think beyond the money. Think also of the relationships. How do we grow these relationships? How do we make them more fruitful? How do we have more impact, through these relationships? And, once you think about that, I think you will be able to have made a step change. And I think with that, I am sort of done. Yes, sort of. I say sort of because, yeah, those were my points were mainly 3. And I hope you've gotten them. Let me repeat again. The first one was identity. Who remembers the second one? And the third? Hii meza hakuna mtu anaongea. Jamani, wekeni simu chini alafu mniambie. Impact. Thank you very much. I'm really, really happy you guys, at least I was really nervous when I was coming here. I was telling my seatmates that I felt I wouldn't be able to do a good delivery, but you guys have been really kind and been really good to me. And I hope to connect with all of you later on. The thing I didn't say that I am in communication. I do PR, marketing and brand communication. And if you have any, or you need any advice in relation to that, please feel free to reach out. Asanteni sana.
A coffee for Madam President. Stand here. Somebody beat me the phone. Wait. Beat me up the picture with Madam President. This has to go viral. Somebody see that. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Mr. David, unajua kupiga picha?
Yeah, let's try.
Okay, here you go.
She's a wise woman. You take the picture with the president before.
Okay. Yeah, here you go.
By the time mtakuwa mnakuja mnasema nataka picha, too late.
I know, right?
Taking a few, hopefully.
Oh, you good?
There'll be one good one.
Yeah.
Okay.
She's nice and tall. Yeah, I like that. Yeah. Thank you so much. That was great. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you, Madam President. So, Kiswahili tunasema tumemchapa kiboko. Next year, we are in Kenya campaigning for you. Not next year, 2027. Lakini Mr. Ruto has to finish. No, Daktari has to finish his term. And then next you. Member of Parliament. You don't want to go up?
No, I start from Member of Parliament.
Okay, all right. Ameshika ile ya chini tumpatie hiyo. Thank you. So next, we want to welcome one wonderful human being in the house who has made it possible for us to come eat and smile and share the ideas. Ladies and gentlemen, this gentleman here, I'm trying to find him. Those who went to school before I was born, it was called the Mwakenya. So, the Mwakenya, so I can be able to say something right, correct, and enticing. Our organizer for the Diaspora Capital Group, that's an inch, is also the founder and the president of the Diaspora Capital Group, Inch. He is an organization, an organizer who is dedicated in forming the diaspora economic ecosystem by redirecting the capital growth industry in Kenya, including the real estate, e-commerce, just to name a few. Mr. David is committed to establish a strong economic development framework upon which Kenyans in the diaspora will channel their capital investment back home. I think Equity, you're listening to that. Remitly is back there, channeling back money home. David is your guy. He is also the organizer for the proposed, the Kenya Federal Credit Union. And that is in the banking organization. Currently, it's chartering the process designed as an online banking platform to meet the diaspora community's unique banking, online banking platform to meet, to meet our needs here in the diaspora, also back in Kenya. He's also the co-founder and the chairman of Association of Kenya Diaspora Organization, Inch, that is also dedicated to advance and unite the common welfare of the Kenyan diaspora around the world, whose motto is one diaspora, one voice. Last but not least, why we're here. We're here because of AKDOI. I don't want to dig into that because he won't have anything to say about it if I do. So ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome our brother David Ochwange. Makofi kwake. Karibu, karibu brother. Come here and tupatie mchuzi ndio tujue tunafanya nini hapa. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Lily. I truly, truly appreciate that. For a moment, I wasn't sure who you were talking to. I had to rethink again. But without further ado, I'm sure you guys have heard a lot of this voice at this point, maybe too much of it, so I'll get right to the point. As Lily just said, it's not new. I'm the chair, co-founder of the Association of Kenyan Diaspora Organizations. That's the group that tries as best as we can to reach out the Kenyan community and actually the African diaspora at large. And part of why we do that is to see what the opportunities are, which we know there are plenty of opportunities for the diaspora to participate in, especially for from an investment and trade standpoint, which is the theme of this year's meeting. So what does that mean? I hope by the time I'm done, I'm not going to take a whole lot of time, but I'm just hoping that by the time we're done here today, for all the listening, all the listeners here in the room and online, that you would pick something that resonates with you. That you can take with you, and then we can regroup after this conference, after this summit, put our heads together to make things happen, to make things work. So, one of my most favorite, or the favorite philosophers that I have is Aristotle. He said, the whole is greater than the sum of its parts, right? Translated in, lay language, it means that, together we can do a whole lot more than when we do things individually. And that's the message that actually we bring to you guys today, and that's the message we've been, sending to our people over the years. I feel like it's getting to a point where it's catching, there's traction in the message. So what I'm going to talk to you about is literally what that is. I've honed it down to maybe 2 or 3 points. As you heard in the introduction, I'm also a founder and the CEO of Diaspora Capital Group. Diaspora Capital Group is an organization that we formed based here in Atlanta, Georgia, mainly to drive capital investments in securities or items or things that can actually add value. And there's a lot of connotations that come with that. But what that means is that, can you go next, please? Right? So there's a lot of things that us as a diaspora are able to do. One of the things you've heard here is that there are committees in Kenya today as we speak that have been formed by the government in Nairobi to figure out how best to increase our remittances, right? The transfers that we do to Kenya, and there's nothing wrong with that. But I hope with Waheshimiwa's being here, I hope you find a different way to frame that, because every time we hear remittances, we feel like we're cash cows, the golden goose that always laid the golden egg, and we feel like that's all we're good for, right? So hopefully, when you go back, take the message that, yeah, they will do remittances, but we want to do purposeful remittances, not just for governments, but for other things, which would be investments where we can get a return on. As it is, I think the last I checked, we're closing in on $500 billion that we're sending to our country, and I guess East Africa is even that much larger than that. So we do have a wherewithal to change how the investments or the remittances that we do are spent. Right now, there's an 80-20 split for every dollar that we send to the country or to our countries of origin. It's more so consumerism. In other words, it's used for things like, weddings maybe, feeding families, funerals, and things like that, 80% of it by the last estimate. And when you really do the conversion, only 20% that goes into investments. We're hoping that if that changes so that we do 80 or close to 80% of what we send, we put in investments. That way, even when there's an issue that comes up, or folks can feed off of those investments, rather than feeding off of the remittances up front, off of what we send. And this is what the investments will do, will change the paradigm shift and upend it, if you will. Next, please. Okay, so I think I've covered that. So let's go to the next one, please. I'm just going to sum a lot of these. So which are the ways that we can do this, right? What are the problems that we can solve as a diaspora? They're not new. They're not things that we already don't know about. For example, housing is things that we know about. One of the last 5 tenets in the last government was the four pillars, right? Housing, manufacturing, what was the other thing? Infrastructure, I believe, and medical cover, right? But by the time the last government left office, I mean, it's laughable, but they hadn't achieved, they weren't close to achieving that, right? And this new government that has come in is in office now. They're trying. They came up with a new policy. They're going to tax folks at 1 or 2% to help alleviate the housing problem in Kenya, right? We're hoping, I was even talking to Mheshimiwa earlier, maybe he'll speak to that when he gets up here. But I was trying to, impress upon him that even as much as we're doing that, maybe there's things that we as a diaspora can do in addition to what's going on, and that's where we come in. So next one, please. Okay, next. I think I repeated it. Am I on the right? Okay, I've covered that. Oh, I'm going fast today. Good. Okay. So we're doing 2 or 3 slides at a time, so hopefully we'll finish this. 2 things that we want to do. A, restructure our economic ecosystem in the diaspora, and then mainstream our economic ecosystem with Kenya, so much so that we're not just regarded as folks that remit or just send money home. We can do a whole lot more, in my humble opinion, and I share this with a lot of fellow diaspora, to integrate our economy. What's one good way to do it? A speaker earlier, I think Dr. Jake, you talked a lot about how the dollar is losing value, right? And I think my friend Muya here yesterday, we had a long debate about what he's put up projects in Kenya. He does not see a good return for the next investment he would make in Kenya relative to what he did in 2005 or somewhere back there, right? So what does that mean? It means that the forex risk, the foreign exchange risk of the money that we send back home, it's getting worse by the day, and we don't see an end to it. So what we're proposing, and this is something that I want you guys to really, really, really think about, because we've thought about that for years back, and we said, what would happen if we started our own bank, a diaspora bank? Not a SACCO, nothing wrong with the SACCO, but a bank like any bank in the United States where you guys go put in your money. You have a checking account, a savings account, you have a debit card or whatever the case, and you can buy a lot of other products out of that bank. We thought about that idea. That was several years back before COVID. We applied for the Diaspora Federal Credit Union to the US government, United States Credit Union Administration, UNCA, and they said, yes, we think that you should be allowed to form a bank, a credit union. There's 2 types of banks in America. There's a commercial bank, there's a credit union, right? They all perform exactly the same functions, but the difference is a commercial bank is owned by investors. So when you put your money in, let's say, Bank of America, That's because it's listed in New York Stock Exchange, right? So people invest in that bank, and whenever they make profit, either the shares appreciate in value, or they get back a dividend, or you can sell those shares. But that's generally how that works. But a credit union, on the other hand, if you can operate one, if you can be licensed to operate one, is set up as just as a bank, but it's member-owned, right? So those guys that put money in that, open accounts in the credit union, they become the owners of the credit union, of that bank. The problem is you cannot invest. So if you cannot invest, there's things that the banks need to run a business. It's called working capital. Of course, you got to pay your, you got to pay your salaries, you got to pay your rent, you got to pay your ATM usage and things like that. So that's really the difference. And the way it was set up that way is because they wanted to afford, to make it easier for banks to start, small banks to start, credit unions to start, and they did it that way. I'm happy to say that we qualified. The American government saw it, that it's good enough to do it. You could go over. One more, I think. Right there, right? That we got, it's called a pre-approval. I don't know if you guys can see it. I don't know how clear it is. It says where it's highlighted, and it was addressed to me back in 2017, and it says, your request meets the NCUA's associational common bond requirements. For those that are chartering to get a charter, which means the license to operate, a credit union, it's usually limited. They've condensed who can qualify. So it's small groups here and there. For Navy Federal Credit Union, maybe for the military. You have some that are just for the Postal Workers Union. So it's condensed in that manner because it's tailored to those folks in those needs. And in our case, they agreed that all Kenyans in the United States qualify, which was, in my view, which was really a tough and big feat, to achieve. So then COVID hit. We had done all, and maybe some of you guys received the surveys that we were sending to you and saying, hey, they want to see how we're going to be making money and all those. So we've done all the work that the government wants us to do to get licensed. And we got to a point where we needed working capital. Since you cannot invest in a credit union, we were going around asking, can you help us? What can you do we want to really achieve this goal. We want to open the bank. And many folks before COVID had committed to assist us to reach that goal. And then COVID hit, right? So that's where we are. We picked up again. And I'm happy Mheshimiwas are here today, right? When you go back, please, we want you to consider this request, and I want all of you in this room to consider, and all of you online to consider, this is reality. We can make reality, and it can mitigate the Forex risks, foreign exchange risks associated with the remittances that we are making back home. We want you guys in government, if you're interested, to join the board, right? Give us some support. Seed capital, if you will. It's not a whole lot. Actually, the government thinks or estimates that you need $100,000 for every $1 million in assets that you manage. So, and we can make a lot of that money. We can make up for that in the first 2 or 3 years. We can be profitable. The first 2 years, we're not going to be profitable, but after that, we should be profitable. So I'm appealing to you guys, even the bank equity. I had a discussion with them the other day. I was telling them what our vision is. We want to be able to leverage your banking infrastructure, for example, if we can. But that's what it's going to take. The whole is greater than the sum of its parts. And this is probably one of those things or areas that we would need the government, we would need the bank, we would need those of you in this room and everybody else, and our SACCOs, by the way, because that's our bedrock. our SACCOs, they have the members. What we want to do, what we want to say, or what we've told them is like, we need to be nice to mainstream the SACCOs, right? They're regulated back in Kenya, but it would be so nice if we would have our own bank or credit union that is regulated in the United States. Everybody has access to banking. Everybody has access to the Federal Reserve System that we will have access to, and make things happen, right? So that's where we stand. That's one way to do it, and I think it's important enough that I needed to share it with you. If you could go next. And I got one more issue that, all right, that's the name of it. It's Diaspora Federal Credit Union. The website is down at the moment because for some reason, like I said, after COVID, we had to really take a back then and say, how do we want to approach this? We need help to get to the finish line, or to get to the starting line, if you will, depending on how you look at it. Next, please. Okay, I think I've covered that. Next, right. Yeah, so you heard me say, and even Lily talked about the Diaspora Capital Group. So here's what I said at the beginning of my discussions with you today. We have a major need for housing in Kenya. The deficit, the last time we did this, was 2 or 3 million units that are required. That translates to close to 200,000 units that should actually be, built every year for the next 10 or 15 years to just catch up, not counting the new ones that are needed, which is like 50K units every year. So there's a lot of, it's a wide gap. But here's the kicker. It's the difference between a need, which usually, translates in America, when you need something, you usually figure out a way to get it. So a need translates into a demand, because the demand comes with the wherewithal, the capacity, the ability to buy what that you think you need or want. So in Kenya, unfortunately, that's not the case. There's a big difference between a need and a want for housing in Kenya. And that's where we in the diaspora come in. I was having a debate once again with Mheshimiwa. He's my MP, Dr. Manduku. He happens to sit in very influential committees in Parliament that also deal with housing. So I told him, we can help. But it turns out that in Kenya, we've not what we call IPOs, initial public offering, of any kind, really. But real estate is that one area that we could go public. There's a lot of companies in the US that do real estate that are listed in the stock exchange. If they're not listed, they have other means to do it, to get folks interested and to invest in real estate. They usually come in the form of real estate investment trusts, REITs, right? You guys, I'm sure you're familiar with that. But what's a REIT? It's exactly what it says. I think some of us are already doing REITs here, because we get together, we put money in, we're building, big projects back home, mid-sized projects, or whatever the case is. So we have an idea of what those things are and the kind of influence and impact they can have on our economy. Turns out in Kenya today, to invest in real estate in a REIT, you need a minimum of 5 million shillings, right? Think about that. That's a lot of money for everyday person that might have an interest in investing in real estate to put money in. So we're appealing to, or asking our legislators and the government back home to actually remove that barrier. Remove the barrier and open up the space for the market to play a role in real estate in Kenya, in meeting that demand. There's multiple tiers that we can do this in. The diaspora, there's plenty of market for diasporians that want to put money in real estate in Kenya, either for to retire to do Airbnb, whatever the case is. We think we've got that part covered. But we want to partner with you, the government, Waheshimiwas. In Kenya, there are people that have land banks, for example. They have 10 acres here, 100 acres here, who knows, but there's land. And what's happening now is most of those properties are being split and being sold to us here in little plots. But I'm wondering what would happen if we partner with those folks that own those lands in some kind of joint ventures, right? So if you were selling me a plot worth, say, you know the diaspora, we pay a different price for those things anyway, right? We pay it in multiples. If the same plot you see here and you send somebody else to ask how much it is in Kenyan terms being bought from a Kenyan, you will get a huge, huge discount, right? I've done that. So, but in any event, if you have a 2 million shilling or 3 million shilling land or 2 acres of land that you want to sell it, what if I put something there worth maybe 100 million? And let's say you have an equity stake in that project, the whole project, of 10 or 15%. Now, all of a sudden, that land that you were selling to me at 3 million is worth 10 million or 15 million. You can sell your portion of what we build, of the development in itself. You can cash out. So I think we're not innovative enough. Or there's some people actually that have done a lot. What I'm sharing with you is not necessarily new. I don't want to take credit for. This has been done since time immemorial. But I'm just saying that there's still that opportunity for us in the diaspora to rethink and restart tweaking how we invest in real estate to accelerate, again, to accelerate meeting the needs of our diaspora, of the housing in our country. And then we can sell the projects to the government, or we can sell to the next guy that want to buy it and still turn a good profit off of it. So so that's what Diaspora Capital Group is looking at. I think I've covered it for you, but I should have, go up again, just one more time. No, down, the other way. I just want to make sure I didn't leave anything. I'll go down one more. No, up, the other way, sorry. Yeah, go down, one more. Yeah, just leave it over there. And what are we thinking about when we talk about, what we're building? We're thinking now, those of us that know the value of mixed-use buildings, for example, developments in the diaspora, I think they're catching on in Kenya now. It's the trend, I believe, or at least it should be. And that's what we're saying to our members, to all of you that are here, that if you know somebody maybe has land, that is looking to sell it, maybe we can team up, do the JV, a joint venture, capital, the partnership that I was talking about. And also, I'm sharing this with you guys. In the last 2 or 3 weeks, I've attended about 3 or 4 different conferences. There was a Black National Business Conference here in Atlanta. That was about 3 weeks ago. Downtown Atlanta. It was the 123rd Black National Business Conference that was held. And I could not believe the level of interest in Africa, especially Black Americans that want to do business in Africa. So it's an opportunity that we can seize. I pitched the idea, can we partner in real estate? They said, yeah, what do you have? Because I was telling folks that I ran into that, what does China, or these other countries, Europe, US see in Kenya that we don't see, because they're putting up a lot of buildings. They're putting up a lot of good stuff. We have this tendency as a community to believe that, we live in the US or whatever, we live in the diaspora, we're not going back, we'll die here and all that. It's all, it's true, but there's still opportunities out there. And right now, those opportunities are in Africa, to be honest with you. And I was in another conference in Chicago. That was last week. Yeah, last week. Ambassador Meg Whitman, she was doing a roadshow for Kenya. And they would, these folks know how to sell Kenya. We don't sell our own country the way they sell it. It's like, what Kenya are you talking about? What am I missing? So I honestly got up and I had a chance to ask a question. I said, huh? What, all these opportunities, I feel like a kid in a candy store, So there's a disconnect. Weshmiwa, help us. There's a disconnect. And we can bridge that disconnect between the diaspora and Kenya in terms of investments and try to drive that agenda, and we can accelerate that. In return, though, and maybe we'll have these discussions at some point, I want you to know that there's a lot of folks here in the diaspora that are not happy with the way we're treated, not just through remittances, but even deeper in our hometowns or places where we come. We need more protection as a diaspora. Wouldn't you agree? Right? Thank you, thank you. I'm not going to get personal, because if I do, we'll probably be here all day. We got to wrap this up, but that's what's happening. So in return, if you guys want us to help grow our economy, recognize the diaspora, and please give us the protections we deserve, give us the respect we deserve, and let's form equal partnership. What Keely said, we're the 48th county, right? But we're also the most affluent county, if you look at it in those terms. We generate more as one county than almost more than a half of them combined. Maybe, almost 30, 40 of them. We in the diaspora generate more to cover most of those counties. So we need to do better, and we need better protection, and we need to make sure that everybody that counts in the diaspora is protected. And I think that's, go down one more. Just want to check. I don't think I've got, okay, one more. Okay, those are that's what we're thinking. If all goes well, that's what we're building. And you guys have seen a lot of this come up now in Nairobi, I think. So we want to expand that. Down one more, or is that the last? Right? It would be nice to see those in Nairobi, right? But anyway, that's all I had. Anybody had a question or anything I can respond to quickly before if I turn it over to something else? Okay. Thank you so much. And since I'm up here, I might as well extend this to our next speaker. I want to do a really quick invitation to one of my friends I've known for some time in Atlanta. We partner with her in many things. Angela Jones, would you mind just saying a word or two to our Angela? I and I come back. Okay, go way back to when 2006 or 16, I believe. We've hosted events here. She's a great partner. She does a lot of good work in Kenya and missionary and everything. But she'll speak to that herself for a moment. You come up here. Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to put it here.
Great. Thank you. Thank you so much, David. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. It is such a pleasure to be here. Thank you, David, for giving me an opportunity to say hello to your wonderful guests, your speakers, all of you who have traveled. I thank God for your safety in your return home, that you find things better than the way that you left them. First of all, I'd like to share with you a little bit about who I am. My name is Angela Jones. I am a missionary. The name of our organization is Life Walk Missions International, and we're located out of Douglasville, Georgia. My first visit to Africa was, let's see, I guess it was about 5, 6 years ago, through a mission trip, and we visited Kenya. We were there for 2 weeks, and I just fell in love with the country. As a missionary, our job is to share the word. And our goal was to address some of the issues or share the word with youth through a youth conference. Our scripture for that time was Proverbs 3, I believe it's 3:18, and in all thy ways acknowledge him, and he shall direct thy path. And the children, the students, the young adults embraced it very well. We traveled with teaching aids, and we taught them how to use a vision board. They were very excited about it, and I believe that they gained a lot from that presentation. After our conference, our group was able to enjoy some of the countryside of Kenya. And during that time, it was just wonderful. So since then, I make it a point of at least going back whenever they go back. I was there in April, and I'll be going back next April. But long story short, I'd like to share some of what I've gathered from this meeting, and I applaud your efforts for the endeavors that you're getting ready to embark on in terms of your investments back into the country. One thing I would like to suggest is that there would be a strong investment in your youth. And I say this because they will be building your buildings. They are going to maintain your properties, your lands. They are going to be educating the future, your future. They are going to take care of you in your old age, when you've gone from 2 legs to, I guess it's 4 legs? No, 2 legs to 3 legs when you're using a cane, okay? So my appeal to you is to invest in your youth. Earlier, the young lady, she pointed out the 3 I's of identity and investment and making an impact. That's ideally for your youth, ideally for them. They are hungry for those types of encouraging words, those types of, they're hungry for guidance. And with you, with us being where we are now, it is our opportunity, it is our time to pass that on to them, because they are our future. They are the future of Kenya. So I want to give you 3 P's. And my 3 P's are going to be priority, and that is to prioritize your youth. Meet their needs. If for some reason, like Minister Penny spoke of earlier with the mental health, reach out to them. Maybe they only want to talk, but listen. Passion. Let them see your passion. Let them see that you are really serious about what it is that you want for your country. Let them see that you believe in you and you believe in them and what it is that you are embarking upon. And show them perseverance. How can you achieve a goal if you give up? So through you, they can see these things. They learn how to have a priority. They learn how to have passion for what it is their goals are, and they learned perseverance. My plea to you is for your youth. And in closing, I'd like to say again, thank you so very, very much for this opportunity to come before you. I'm looking forward to fantastic things to come out of the diaspora, and I will be available to chat with you following this evening once we're closed. Thank you.
Makofi kwa dada yetu hapo tafadhali. Thank you so much. It's so beautiful to have ladies have some time to speak. Most of the conferences you go, you know what happens? Not unless it's something to do with women. But today, at least we can be able to see how balanced this is, and this is great. So next in line, we have our dear brother. Let me brag a little bit. That's my in-law, by an extension of chewing gum. Those who come from Kenya, Big G. He does understand very well that I do not understand. It's all about insurance, why you have to be insured. For most of us who come from the village I come from, when you talk about death, that's an abomination. If you come to me and tell me, hey, you need to arrange how it's going to be when you're not here anymore, trust me, Mike Tyson. But life is changing, and that is where he comes in. It's not only about insurance. We have education fund planning. We have a lot of things that you can learn. When we hear insurance, we shun that topic away because it's something hard for us to swallow. We may think it's very difficult to do that. Hey, he will let you know how easy that is. You may think we are too old not to get into the insurance. Trust me, this is the time we need it. It's very expensive. Yeah, of course it's expensive. You can't give me that, that plan for just a few pennies. Of course, we have to cough up some money. They say if you need money, you have to utilize money. Let me not spend a lot of time. Let me call my brother here, Mr. James Kinaru. Makofi kwa James Kinaru. Tafadhali, come here. And he smiles very good. So as he's coming up here, he looks a very young guy, but he has eaten a lot of ugali. So, and he has a doctor assistant, that is the VIP person next to him. That's why he's looking so healthy. I hope he could have been here today, but next time. We met at Minto Foundation in Dallas. That was like 3 weeks ago. Yes. I talked to him for 2 minutes. I told him, brother, we are not done here yet. So I think those 2 minutes, we are going to complete them today. I hope it's not too expensive for me.
Thank you
You're
so
welcome.
much. Thank you so much.
Sana.
Good evening, everybody. Oh, come on, give me some energy. Yeah. All right, there we go. Thank you so much, Lillian, for the introduction. I come from California, and the reason I'm here is because I'm very passionate about what we do. And like she said, sometimes when you hear about mortality, you know, it's hard for us to put ourselves in that space. But it's not just about mortality. There's much more to it. And just like Wakili said, we need to talk to professionals, right? People who are in that space and dealing with that. And when we think about it, everything we do revolves around what? We're here to talk about investments. What do you need to invest? Money, right? Everything revolves around money. And you cannot agree with me. Everybody works so hard for their money. You go to school for many years. You have to learn your craft for many years, right? For you to be able to achieve that ability to work. Now, the ability to work is also based on what? Can you work when you're not healthy? You can't. Now, in the beginning years of our careers, of our crafts or art, guess what? Our responsibility is very high. There's something called the X curve, right? So what that means is when you're younger or starting your career, you have maybe school loans, maybe you have a young family, you have a mortgage, so you have a lot of responsibilities. But you need to protect those responsibilities, right? In case you're not there, what happens to your family? In case you're there, you're not able to work. What happens to that income you are bringing home? You know, sometimes I say, you know, it becomes a bigger burden if you're there and you're sick, right? But you can't take care of your family. And sometimes we think that's far-fetched. It's not going to happen to me. Some of us say we are young. Guess what? I have a personal story. My wife got sick. We're still in our late 30s, right? Almost 40. And she was the breadwinner at that time. I decided to stay home and take care of the kids as she was going to school. And I never read that. I think it was awesome to do that for the family. But fast forward, when she's done with school, she's working as a doctor. Like my sister said, she got sick 2021, right? She was the breadwinner. And guess what? We're doing investments back home, right? As we all do. Sometimes we drain all our, you know, what do you call it? Our savings. You say, you know what, I have this project, it's going to be great. And that's what we did. We put our money in a project, all that we had. Next 3 weeks after she got sick, right? She can't work. Even if I'm able to go back to work, I'm a nurse. I could have gone back to work maybe, but she needed my help. So what I'm saying is sometimes we think we're young, we cannot be in that situation, but you never know about life, right? And just like I'm talking, in your younger years, you need to protect that. Thank God, we had some knowledge of how we can protect that income, and now it's been 18 months since she hasn't been able to work, but we've been getting a check every single month, and I'm talking about 5-figure check. I'm not going to disclose how much, but it's a 5-figure check that is tax-free. We're able to keep our house. We're able to keep our children in a private school just because we put our money somewhere else. Now, I'm going to say this. People save money in different places, which is okay. My grandmother probably used to put her money under a mattress. Most of us put money in a bank, which is okay, but we need to think beyond that. Diversify that money, and you need to leverage. If you put your money in a mattress, is that giving you leverage? If you put all your money in a bank, is that giving you leverage? Think about it. We had paid that insurance for just about 2 years, right? But when it happened, we probably had put in $4,000. But the first month, we got multiple times that. Now, coming back to that, as we grow older, we get deeper into our careers, right? We began with a bigger responsibility, right? As we get deeper into our careers now, what have we built over time? We have built assets, we have built wealth. Guess what? You need to protect that wealth as well. And how do you protect that wealth? As we grow older, what happens? Our health changes, right? Sometimes our ability to take care of ourselves does change. Now, do you want to become a burden to your children, to your spouse? And now, a lot of times what happens is, as you are older, maybe, as I'm older, maybe my kids will have their own family. If I need help, do they neglect their family, quote unquote, or do they neglect me? And that's where it comes in. Insurance comes in and protection. You can take care of yourself as young as you are. The younger, the better. In that situation, if that time comes, guess what? You're taken care of in terms of long-term care. And long-term care is not just about old age. It's about being unable to do any activities of daily living too. You cannot feed yourself, for example, ambulate, give yourself a bath. If you cannot do any of those two, more than 90 days, a medical doctor will say you cannot do those things, and you are eligible for long-term care. And just as I finish, you need to secure that. Now, at the end of life, the truth is we are not going to be here forever. And that's where it goes back to mortality. We think of, it's hard to think about your mortality, right? But we have to think beyond that and think, hey, I need to leave a legacy, right, for my loved ones. It's not just for your family. You could leave a legacy for a charity that is very close and dear to your heart. So this is what we can help people do, right, and be able to leave a legacy for their families. And as you build our investments, as I said, you need to protect your income, your earning capability. As you're younger, as you get older, you need to protect your investments, right? And as you think of all those things, I want you to think about 4 areas that you need to think about as you build wealth. Now, I want you to think of the area of safety. Where you put your money, is it safe, right? And all we're saying is diversify. You can put your money anywhere you want, but think about safety. Is where you're saving your money safe? Is it giving you tax advantages? Legally, America has ways you can actually save money on taxes, but you need to know how do you do that, right? And also growth, is the money growing for you? Now, the other thing is we all work so hard, but I'm sure most of us, if not all of us, we want to stop at some point and say, you know what? I work for 30 years, 40 years, I want to enjoy my life. Now, in retirement, when you're retired, how much money do you have? Is it enough to sustain you throughout all your retirement years, right? Average, people retire maybe in their 60s, right? Life expectancy could go 77, 79, right? Do you have enough money to sustain you that, that long? So as you continue thinking about investment, continue to think, hey, how can I actually have all those 4 cornerstones of financial stability? And just to finish, I appreciate what we do, and I appreciate what everybody said, but, speak to a professional like what Wakili said. I have engaged attorneys, and sometimes I feel like, man, I'm paying, there's a Wakili I use, and she charges me $200, sometimes half an hour, 45 minutes, but guess what? I don't know what I don't know, and that's not my space. So let's engage ourselves, and among ourselves, we have all the expertise we need, and we're here for the community. I'm not going to charge you when you come to consult me. We don't charge people, right, for that. But of course, when you get that, that product that is helpful to you, then of course, the insurance companies and the companies that we work for, they'll compensate us for that. And so thank you so much for listening, and I hope that you can think beyond the mentality that we have. Insurance is just about death. You can actually build money within an insurance to buy real estate. We have realtors here, right? You can save money. And guess what the good thing is? If you took that money out as a loan, let's say you had $100,000, you took $80,000, you go do an investment. Guess what? Your money continues to grow as if you didn't take it out. That's the power of what we do. Thank you so much.
I think he qualifies that dowry he paid. I'll negotiate with my dad. We send back the little one because he's doing a good job out there. So in my regular job that I do that earns a living for my family, not so much, but just a little bit, just for milk. I'm an inpatient case manager for a psychiatric hospital. Let me tell you, brothers and sisters, we have seen it all. We want people who can stand in there, feel other people's shoes, how it hurts. You know, you can wear the shoes, look so good, but you're the one who is wearing it who knows how it is hurting. We have our sister here, that is Dr. Anne Njoroge. Njoki, kind of confuse the names. Is one of the people who strive to create and make a difference in the people who are challenged cognitively, the people who are really down emotionally, people who are depressed, people who are feeling like tomorrow should not come. It shouldn't be there. I shouldn't be alive. It's not worth living. She has come up with a book, and the book is down there at the table. This is a nice book here. Healing Hope for Your Grief and Bereavement. Those who have lost family members, friends, workmates, dorm mates, schoolmates, you know how it feels. People tells you it's gonna be okay. That's how the world is. No, it's not. Until you walk that path, then you will know it's not. That's the book here. It will give you encouragement. And Anne's book, Dr. Penny's book is going for $15. Let's support our sister in the work that she's doing. Her cash app number is 205-478-14 205-465-1464. I'll repeat the number again, 205-478-1469. Whatever comes here goes a long way that you cannot imagine. When somebody's down, they need help. Until we know what that help is, then we can be able to rise above the horizon. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, let's move now to what makes us smile. You know, they say money cannot make you happy. Let's face it. With money, you'll be happy. If you are not happy, you guys, I can give you my cash app number, just transfer everything from your account. It doesn't make you happy. I just need it. But there are those people who are specialized in telling us how to get that money working for us. The institution started from a humble beginning. Now it's rising. And who knows? Maybe tomorrow you're walking the streets of the US here and you see Equity Bank. I'm telling you, these guys are really moving at the speed of a lightning. So, Mr. Jeff, I know what your vision is for your institution. Everybody has seen it. You champion the socio-economic prosperity for Africa. We have seen it. It's not a debate. It's feasible. They're living it. They're trying to integrate the financial services that socially and economically empower the consumers, the business people, and the business community. We are that community. That's why they're here. So together, let's clap and welcome our brother and our sister, whoever who is coming in front here to give us that juice of the money, Sister Julianne and Mr. You want me to say your name? Okay, it's Jeff. All right, karibu sana. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Jeff, tupatie mjuzi hapa. Or maybe you can give us some money before you go. You know, money talks. Eh?
Good evening, everyone. Yes, so together with Jeff is myself, Julianne Onsando, coming to you from Kenya. For the benefit of the guests who might not know the bank, Equity Bank is basically based in Kenya, and we are banking now our diaspora as well. I think our speaker before, Vivian, alluded to the story of the diaspora and how they have not been maybe able to do what they want to do end to end on their own and have control over their investments back home, and they have been lied to by relatives, taking pictures of what really is not there. So as a bank, we are there to basically bridge that gap and reach out to you as the diaspora, enable you to do your financial basically all your financial needs back home. So for the history of the bank, as you heard, we began as a small microfinance back in a small village in Kenya, that is Murang'a, and this bank grew with time. Right now, it is the biggest bank in Eastern Central basically Eastern Central Africa, with over 18 million clients and growing. And our influence is just not basically profit-making. We go over and above that, and we've impacted our society immensely. One of the programs we run is the Wings to Fly program, where we take very humble Kenyans, basically children in that manner, and we educate them through high school. And when they are through, we also have another program called the Airlift program, where we now bring them back here, basically in the major countries, just to do their studies and come back home and make use of what they have learned. And with that particular program, Equity has also now enhanced the health industry in Kenya. We are now planting health facilities in every corner of the country. We grew by planting our institution in every corner, very humble beginnings, banking the unbanked, they're very, very humble in the society, and that's how the bank grew. And it's been a very, very interesting, basically, scenario. And now we are in 6 countries, that is Kenya itself, then Rwanda, Tanzania, Uganda, DRC, which is growing very fast, and now Ethiopia, where we have our representative office. In terms of the diaspora, we were one of the very first banks to come just back here in the diaspora and bank individuals here. And with that, the experience has grown in a big way. And now we have basically evolved the kind of solutions that you can access, and which Jeff will get into. And basically, you can move, you can save, you can invest, and you can secure your family back home and also your properties back home through the bank. So our plea to us is just to partner with us so that we may move forward with you. You can tell your friends and family who may not be here. We'll be at Marietta Church tomorrow with Pastor Dr. Gigi, and there we shall meet more Kenyans. So if you have any friends and family, please do inform them. Thank you very much. It was a pleasure to be with you.
Thank you, Julian. Thank you, Julian. So we also have an anthem. So maybe you can be upstanding so that you can shake off the fatigue. I don't know if it will. You can hear it, eh? That's okay. On the mic, okay. Annie, you can be seated. I've really tried to improvise, eh? Anyway, so I've really tried to improvise, but it is what it is. Sometimes technology fails. So basically, that's our purpose, transforming lives. Let me just remove this. Yeah. So basically, that's our purpose, our bank purpose: transforming lives, giving dignity, and expanding opportunities for wealth creation. So as a bank, we are known to give a platform, and that's what we're extending to you, the people of Atlanta, a platform where you will excel, where you give us your finances, and we'll be able to multiply that for you. And what you can see here, basically, is a 40-year journey that started in roughly 1984, where we were competing with the mattresses. I had my friend there saying about the mattresses. And from there, we were able to change the model of banking, and we removed all the barriers, all the financial barriers. And from there, we were able to see the exponential growth. Today, we can actually say we are in what my colleague said there. We're in Kenya, of course, we're in Uganda, Tanzania, Rwanda, and our fastest subsidiary, that is DRC. And also we have a commercial representative in Ethiopia. It's not all about financial gaining. We also are known for giving. Now we are almost clocking 56,000 scholarships. And in these scholarships, you can actually, some of these people have started coming back in terms of working and working for the bank, and they're actually holding senior positions in the bank, and also trainings for women and youth. We realize that you must strengthen the base for the bank to grow. So, and all that we have partnered with MasterCard, and it's for free. Yeah. So today we will be able to cover just like 4 items: how to open an account, how to fund your account, how to access your account online, and also how to get a loan facility. Basically, we have 3 kinds of accounts. You can open an individual account. We have group accounts and registered accounts. Basically, registered accounts are the entities, the limited companies. Yeah. So for individual accounts, we also have savings accounts, and the savings accounts, they are basically divided into 2. We have the call deposit accounts and the fixed deposit accounts. And today we are talking about opportunities. We are giving up to 10%. I think this is what we call CDs in US. Yeah. And I know the returns for CDs here is between 2 and 3%. So actually, we are telling you that you can actually give you up to 5 times. So for anything above 1 million, we are saying we can be able to give you 10% per annum. So you can actually save money, and you'll have a ticket when you want to go home for free. Yeah. So in terms of other investment accounts, we have the CDS account and the CBK CDS account. For the CDS account, basically these are for people that want to invest in Nairobi Stock Exchange. That is, maybe you want to buy Safaricom shares, maybe you want to buy KCB shares. We are brokerage. We are licensed brokerage, and we'll be able to facilitate this for you. So, and there's this one which is very hot in the market, the CBK CDS account, where we have infrastructure bonds. We have the treasury bills and the treasury bonds. Treasury bills are basically short-term government securities, and the bonds are basically long-term government securities, where the rate of return basically is around 17% per annum. Yeah. And it's mainly paid on a half-year. The coupons are normally paid on a half-yearly basis. So in terms of accounts, it's very easy to open the account. We are saying we just need your copy of ID, we just need your copy of KRA PIN, and proof of address. Proof of address, basically DL, your DL here, driving license here, or a bill, electricity bill or a phone bill, just to show that you actually are resident here. And with that, we'll be able to open for you an account. So, and you can open a US dollar account or a Kenya shilling account. We also have Chama accounts, which we also open, which are becoming popular with time. And the group accounts, we have Granite, who have been of really support. Yeah. Yes. So, so if you know any other Chama that is around, tell them that Equity is supporting the Chamas, is growing with them, and is funding those Chamas. So in terms of funding the account, there are so many ways of funding the account. One, you can do bank to bank. You can actually move your money. You just go to your bank and you indicate the Equity account, and basically you just need the SWIFT code, the bank code, and the branch code, and the money will come. We have also partnered with several money transfer partners. I'm sure you are familiar with them, the Waves, the Hello Paisa, the MoneyGrams, and all that, and the World Remit, and you can actually just move your money from your mobile wallet here to your equity account. So you just go to there to add recipient, and you just click, you'll find M-Pesa, because we have found that in our tour, most people have been sending money to their M-Pesa wallet. So you just click on M-Pesa, and you'll see banks. You just click on the Equity Bank, and you'll put your account, and the money will, it's real time. I think within 10, 15 seconds, the money reflects in your account, yeah? Then you can also do M-Pesa. M-Pesa, from M-Pesa, just do 247, the pay bill number, and the account number, of course, is your equity account number, then the PIN, and the money is in your account. So the channels, so Equity, for a very long time, it had been known for being a very congested bank, but through our channels that we have tried to come up with, and also the equity agents, yeah? Now our branches are more of an advisory center. 95% of the bank transactions are being conducted on the channels, yeah? Equity online, equity mobile, and also the agents, yeah? So if you go in all our counties, you'll find you'll find more than 20 to 50 bank agents, yeah? So people no longer go to the branches, they just go maybe when you're applying for a loan or any advisory matter. So in terms of the platform, this is how our platform looks like, very easy to maneuver, and this is the interface. And basically, you can actually send money from one equity account to another. You can send to a mobile wallet. You can send to another bank. So it has many features, and it is very, very popular. So if you don't have one, we are here. We can guide you how to register, and you'll be online. Yeah. So in terms of the loan products, yeah. So these are the loan products that we have. The investments. We have the residential mortgage, where we are a bit flexible on this. We realize that most of our customers, when they were migrating maybe to here to the US, they left back their families. So this one, at least we give up to a longer period of 15 years and up to 80% financing. We have the commercial and commercial mortgages, where if you want to buy an apartment complex, we are able to give advisory on the same, and we're able to structure the deal for you, and you're able to acquire that without any challenges. Then, of course, we have the construction loans, where we do what we call disbursement or milestone disbursements, yeah? Because we realize that there have been so many complaints of fear that there will be diversion or part of the money being stolen from the site. So this one, we can assure you, we have internal project managers, and they're able to do the construction, or to monitor the construction for you. And we don't release all the money. For instance, if you had applied for 40 million, we don't release the 40 million. We do it in tranches. We do 2 million, we go on the site, we supervise, we make sure that the workmanship is okay, and we give you a report as our client, yeah? Then, of course, the plot purchase, and also if you have fixed some money, let's say in a fixed deposit, we are also able to give you money against your fixed deposit, because sometimes, an emergency can come at any given time, and instead of breaking the fixed deposit, and you lose your interest, because you see now, if you fix, there is a certain percentage that you're given if you meet the conditions. If you had fixed for 6 months, then it has to be 6 months. Anything else, you lose the deposit. So we tell you, instead of losing, you lose the interest. So instead of losing that, we tell you we can give you loan against that, and for that we give within 48 hours. Yeah. Then, of course, we have the chamas. This is what we had here before about pooling resources. This is also very popular, and the way we we look at this. We just look at the savings of the, we look at the savings of the chairmas, and we give against that. It is so simple, yeah. And the rate of default in this is also 0. So that's why we try to push for this, and we try and tell our customers that you come, and we work together, you know, because the bank has seen that this particular product, what we call a portfolio at risk is 0. The rate of default is 0, because what we do, we try to monitor. Before even you give, yeah, these are some of the pillars. We look at the discipline, the trust, self-selection. You know, we look at how these groups are behaving before we engage them. So the trick is, for at least a group should have formed formed at least 2 years. Yeah, 2 years and above, then we are able to absorb that group. So the requirements, basically, we look at the federal, your tax returns. We have the 1040s, I think we have the 1095s and the 1120s, depending on your source of income. So that's what we look, the last 3 years. So why the last 3 years? We are looking at an income that is repeatable and sustainable. Then, of course, the pay stubs, bank statements, and the beauty about the credit score or the credit report, we have partnered with Experian USA. So I think it's the only bank in Kenya that has partnered with. So as a bank, we're able to know your credit score. Once you sign the consent form, we're able to pull that report, and we'll be able to know how your behavior is in terms of, yes? Yes. So yeah, we're able to know your character. So this has been one of the best things that happened to the bank, and so we have several tools that we're able to use for appraisal, and that's why we're able to get quality loans. Yeah. So in terms of construction loans, of course, the approved plans, structural, architectural, bills of quantities, yeah, government certification, those are what we call the hygiene issues that before you embark in any project that you require. Then, of course, the feasibility study. This is where most of our clients fail. So they just jump into a project without even doing a feasibility study. So this is very important. It's better you pay a consultant, yeah, before you embark on a project, because you find at the end of the day, most of the complaints that come, it's because you didn't do this feasibility study. Because you'll find that maybe, if I can start with the market survey, maybe the place you want to put the apartment complex, yeah, it's a place where there are university students, yeah, and you want to put a 3-bedroom apartment, 3-bedroom apartments. Which student will stay in a 3-bedroom apartment, yeah? So students are mainly for studios, yeah, or a bed sitter at most, yeah. So if you put a 3-bedroom apartment, then it means, one, the occupancy levels of your apartments will be less than 50%. Then you start getting trouble with the bank manager, yeah. Then you start blaming the bank. You see, yeah? And it's you who didn't do a market survey. Then, of course, there's a geotechnical survey. Basically, this is, we look, it's actually a report that shows how far the rock is. Because in some places, yeah, you'll find that there is what we call the black cotton soil, yeah? So you'll find that you are just buying land without checking where you are, and you want to put an apartment complex or a very, you know. So at the end of the day, even the BQ is understated because it did not consider the geotechnical survey, how far or how deep that rock is. So what happens when we are funding, because we normally fund 70% of the BQ, the project is underfunded. So we release the final disbursement and the project is incomplete. You start coming to the bank to complain, you see? Yeah, so we see like there was diversion, you know. So these are some of the what we call the hygiene issues that should be done before a project is embarked. The other one is before you let's say you're buying a property, we normally emphasize do not sign on the seller agreement until an offer is given to you. Why? Because we have wakili in the house. They are time bound. They have penalties, you know. So we find some of our customers are coming to the bank. They signed like 2 months ago the sale agreement. It's already executed. That's when they're coming to apply for the loan. Yeah. So they have like 30 days. And a normal sale agreement, our standard sale agreement is normally 90 days. So we normally ask our customers, before you embark or before you execute, ask for an offer or an intention to sell. Yeah, come with that to the bank, because it doesn't mean that once you apply a loan, you'll get an offer. You'll get an approval. You see, because there is a standard appraisal process. Yeah. So basically that's that. Then the commercials, the processing fee, basically we are charging 2%. And of course there's a government fee, what we call the excise duty, to 20%. Then of course you must put, these are some of the costs that you must put aside before you embark in a project. There's a stamp duty depending on the kind of property. We have a commercial property, agricultural property. For commercial property is 4%, agricultural property is 2%, yeah? Then we have these two guys here, the legal and the valuation, yeah? So these are service providers that the bank has, yes? We have vetted them and they have a professional indemnity with the bank. So they protect you as the borrower and they protect us as a bank. So we'll give you, once we get an approval, we send you a list of the panel of these legal guys and the valuer. So you're able to negotiate and now give them instructions to go and undertake a search, because the legal practitioner will of course do a search, a valuer will also do a search, and of course you as a borrower, you'll also do a search. So there are 3 searches. So the chances of that deal going wrong are almost 0, yeah? So at least you feel comfortable. The other one is the insurance. We protect, we insure our loans in case of death or permanent disability. Yeah. So in case something happens, God forbid, the insurance will pay the whole loan. Yeah. We have had instances where a borrower passed on, and I can tell you the insurance paid, and the next of kin, after the letters of administration and all that, they were given. Yeah. And it was a huge loan, so it's better to insure the loan. Yeah, anything can happen. Yeah. Then you can never go wrong in real estate. Potential for high returns. We normally check. You can check Has Console Property Index just to guide you when you're investing, when you're here. At least it will give you a rough idea of the area that you want to invest in. And it's also good. I've heard about diversification of the investment portfolio. I'm sure you also have investment plans here, but it's also good also to have investment back home, so at least you balance. Anything can happen. You remember what COVID, I think this side was hit more by COVID than that other side. Yeah. So hedging against inflation. Funny enough, okay, it's not a good thing, but funny enough, property prices go up when there is inflation. So you can actually dispose your property at a high rate. So tangible asset, yeah. You know, when you go to a bank, you normally ask, uko na nini? You know, after all those discussions, what do you have? Yeah, and maybe you don't have any. So it's always good to have something. Yeah, as much as the bank would want to help you, and you don't have anything, you know. So it's always good to plan ahead. You know that I need a certain amount of nini, and yeah. So in terms of leverage, tax advantages, there are so many tax advantages of having taking a loan. Yeah. So against a property, so you get some tax reliefs. Job creation. Job creation is yeah. You need to also create jobs. Maybe there's a caretaker, there is, you know, so even the people who are going to do the construction, you're creating jobs back home. So that's good. Sentimental value, you know, leaving a legacy. People will always say now, hey, that house is for Jeff, you know. Yeah, you know, that it's always good to have property. So this is a property index. Our proposition, why Equity Bank? we are saying that we'll give you a dedicated relationship manager once you bank with us. And the relationship manager is on 24 hours. You can always call any time and be able to resolve your issues real time. We also have a 24-hour call center. The number is there, 0763-026-481. And at least that one, it was formed, I think, 2 years ago, and the complaints at least went down because we realized that we have different markets, and the needs, an emergency can come at any given time. Ease of remittance to your diaspora account, tailored and quick mortgage solutions, quick loan processing, support our members. I'm sure you have heard about this, the trade missions. Now that we have a presence in Tanzania, Uganda, DRC, Rwanda, and a commercial representative in Ethiopia. So we try to mix and match the businesses. Like the last one, we took our clients to DRC, yeah? So we create a platform where now you're able to showcase your business, you know, and at the end of the day, we all benefit, yeah? You go and meet a client who will be able to buy your products or services, and you know, so it has been a very good thing. Free media adverts. We have partnered with one of the biggest media station, Royal Media. So, and for those who watch YouTube when you're here, I'm sure you have seen some of the adverts. And this is for free. This is for free for our customers. So they're able to showcase what they are doing. Yeah? We're just promoting their businesses. You know how it is expensive to do it yourself, to go to the media station. It runs in millions, yeah? And in millions, and it for a very few minutes, you know. So that one we are doing it for free for our customers, just to promote them, and we have seen the transformation that that has happened to them. I've talked about in-house service providers, panel of advocates, panel of valuers, panel of property managers. All these people, the service providers, have a professional indemnity that they have signed with the bank. So what we are saying that you are protected as a borrower. You cannot lose. You will never lose. Yes? Borderless banking across equity subsidiaries. I think it's called PAPS, Payment African Payment System. So we have plugged into that, and through that we are able now to wire to Uganda, Tanzania, South Sudan. So our customers are able to do business freely. So these are some of the good things. So for those who are planning to come back home and do business, there's a good ground for that. One-stop shop. Of course, we have insurance, fintech subsidiary, where you have Equitel, our foundation, yeah, our foundation which runs the Wings to Fly program, Equity Investment Bank. Equity Investment Bank, basically that's the wealth management department, basically running the bonds, the bills and all that, yeah. So, and of course, to become an opportunity to become a member for a movement of social transformation, yeah. And also be part of the winning team. You have seen the kind of awards we have been receiving, and the awards can tell you that you are on the right team, yeah, by banking with us. So in terms of the best banking product innovation, best bank in trade finance, strongest brand, 5th strongest brand in the world, best bank in COVID response. During COVID, we were able to hold all loans. Customers were not paying for, some even asked for a moratorium of up to 2 years, yes? And and they resumed paying after the 2 years. Best overall winner, best overall bank for 11 years. So, yeah, so in terms of contacts, those are our contacts. The first one, of course, is a 24-hour contact center. That's my number. The second one, my colleague's number, it's there. In case you want to write to us, it's info@equitybank.co.ke. Yeah, that's our website. That's the 24-hour call center. And last but not least, we have we have a very interesting project called Thika Greens Golf Estate. This is it's in Thika, for those who know Thika, opposite Del Monte. It's over 1,000 acres, yes, and it's a high-end kind of a project, and we have available plots that are ranging between an eighth, a quarter, a half, you know, and very scenic grounds, conference facilities. You know, this is a kind of place that you would want to retire to, you know. And we have an offer currently. The plots for an eighth were going for 6.2, but now they're going for 5.8, 5.85. So, and the installment roughly is around 95,000. So if you convert that into US dollars, it's around $700 per month. So it's something that you can think about when you are now doing your investment plans. And maybe I can just, if you can allow me, I know the sound will not be in it, but at least the visual part. Never mind the sound, just look at the place, just to appreciate the project. People are already living there. People have already invested. There are beautiful homes there. We have what we call, it's a serviced master plan project, serviced plots. We have electricity, tarmac, water, sewer line. Yeah, so we have what we call bylaws. There are ways you are supposed to construct the house, the roof. The roof is one color. It's basically brown. For phase one, it was completely sold out. The roof was green. Here, you only do picket fence. You don't do the high walls. Yes, there's a golf club. So at the end of the day, after a long day's work, this is where you play your golf. So it is a project that you can consider, like I said. Yes, so if you have any questions on the same, you can always reach us. Asanteni, and I think that brings to the end of my presentation.
Thanks, Equity, for that wonderful presentation. Let's applaud Equity one more time. So thanks again, the AKDOI organizers, the AKDOI presenters, board members. I think I've already been hired on the internet. So Mr. David, I don't know if my resume will qualify, but I'm not one of the organizers, but I think the internet has already hired me. So that is very nice. It's good to get hired without a CV. So I was supposed to introduce one of us who is always blessing us with no boundaries. He's out there ensuring the community is safe, the community is enriched. But I don't see him. I think he's just tapped out. That's right. Yeah, he's tapped out. Okay. All right. So thanks, Mr. David. I think I missed that memo. And back there we have a very good, beautiful African lady. And she's having very beautiful things to beautify our beautiful skin, brown skin. Makes you look elegant. For instance, what I've just been valishuad here, that is Swahili. If you need something that can add some, like water, there's water, everybody's making water. But what makes a difference is the added value. That is what she has added there. That table right behind there, There you go. Thank you, our sister. I kind of liked it, so I thought, hey, she's one of the people sponsoring the event. Why not? She can also get a hearing from us. And we have back there Remitly, and today they have what they call Asante 30. When you are sending money for the first time, send it to your friends. You get $30, and they also get $30. For more information, visit that table behind there. So I'm going to hand over to Mr. David Ochuang to give us the direction on what next.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you again so much, Lily. So yeah, I just want to piggyback on what you just Lily just said, and that's just to thank our sponsors. Please show them our love and support, and let's make sure that they feel the value for being part of this event or summit this year. With that said, now we're almost coming to the end of the summit today, and I am forever grateful and thankful that we've, as we say, we saved the best for last. I hope they take it that way, because these two men have waited, have partnered with us, and they've sat patiently back there all day long. You know, in Kenya, what happens usually in politics, they're usually the last ones to show up, because folks would have come to the events, not just a room, but, you know, a mammoth, tons and lots of people that show up to, you know, listen to them, or, you know, get together with them and visit. And here we are in the U.S. that they're just sitting patiently, learning from us, seeing how we do things. I'm hoping, and I know they're listening, taking it all in, letting it sink. So before I invite the next speaker, I want to take you know, 1 second for you guys. If you haven't already, maybe stand up, grab some tea, some mandazi, really quick if you haven't already. And then that should be, what, 2 or 3 minutes. And then I will invite the next speaker. We have about, actually 2 more. The next speaker that I'm inviting and the last one. Then after that, we'll conclude today's event with thank you and recognition of those of us in our community who have contributed to our welfare, and then we'll call it a day. So it looks like maybe I should go ahead and invite our next guest. Many of you might not know him. I don't think you do, because you've not interacted with him. I first sent him an invitation sometime in March or April. I said, yeah, Mheshimiwa, or Honorable, could you please come join us? We've been having discussions with him along the way on some of the things that we're doing here in the diaspora. He's been extremely receptive to that. We've developed a good rapport, me and him, and I believe some of us here in the diaspora. And he just happens to be from my hometown or my home area, from a constituency standpoint. Is actually my MP, Member of Parliament. So ladies and gentlemen, I want you to you know, give a round of applause for our next speaker, the Honorable Architect Dr. Daniel Manduku, MP Nyaribari Masaba.
Thank you, David. I think it's always very difficult to speak at the end of everyone else, especially when you're tired and hungry. And when you are speaking after such well-versed and educated individuals. So you'll allow me to be very brief and to the point because I cannot repeat anything that has been said. I just want to emphasize one or two things that I think are critical, especially from where we sit as members of parliament and specifically the National Assembly of Kenya. By way of introduction, my name is Daniel Manduku. I trained as an architect. I worked in the public sector as a chief executive officer of 2 national parastatals. I am now in the National Assembly serving as an elected member of parliament for Nyarivari Masava constituency, which is in rural Kisii. I have a family, 3 children, and a wife, and my children are adults, 2 of them going to university abroad. I think sitting through here this whole day, I realized that people in diaspora know very well what they are doing. I think you're well versed with the investment options that you have. I think you know how to leverage on your different capacities and energies, and you have synergized well enough to make sure that you can even propose investment vehicles where there are none. And in a nutshell, I would say that I think you've all the hardware with yourselves. In fact, sitting through the presentation by David, you even have way forward on what to do. But forgive me for saying that I think what you've lacked all along is the software. And software deals with very simple things. And here I stand as a member of parliament to probably provoke your memory or your mind onto how we can help you with my colleague, Mr. Omutata, in ensuring that we put software in place so that your well-earned money and investments can be useful to you and even to the future generations. You know, David talked about the many things that you've done over the years. And I'm reminded in the Bible there's a parable of the vineyard. Some people came at 9 a.m., like Okio Mutata. Others came at noon, like myself. And others walked in the evening at 5. But when it came to pay time, the owner of the vineyard paid all an equal amount. Is that a common parable? Matthew chapter 20. It doesn't matter how much time you spent on these investment vehicles and deliberations. It doesn't matter how many conferences you've done. What will count is, at the end of the day, what did you take home? And I want to confirm to you here that myself, as Daniel Manduku, I am willing, for the first time, to take before the National Assembly, and with your permission, what I would call the Kenya Diaspora Bill 2024, because that is where it should start. And you have an advantage because living in diaspora, you already have a lot of experience. We know that in the world over, and according to statistics, we have about 300 million people living in diaspora. India being the largest contributor to that number, at about, I think, 15 million. Mexico, I think, comes in second. Never mind that half of their diaspora are not registered. And then Russia. And so given that you have most of these people here, my suggestion to you is run away from the policies and government memoranda. Come up with a proposed comprehensive bill that will safeguard your interests and also ring-fence all the things that you think are important to you. I will take it to the National Assembly as soon as you give me the draft, and we can work together so that you stop doing lamentations in the future. And using the bill, then you can also address specific issues. One of the things that you must address is a tax regime. In that bill, you must address how your taxation will be collected so that you avoid the issues of double taxation. I'm lucky because when I was younger, I worked in Rwanda as an architect. And I used to suffer a lot because I would be taxed in Rwanda, and when I come to Kenya, I am taxed again. In fact, as I stand here, I still have legacy tax issues arising out of that misnomer. The second area that you should do, or you should look at, is on the area of knowledge and talent. And I agree with you that diaspora is not about remittance only. It's about what else you can do, because you have a pool of very intelligent, hardworking, and knowledgeable persons among yourselves. The third area is leverage on technology. And I'm happy that Equity Bank is here. Those are areas that you can seriously legislate. And with our help with Mr. Okia Mutata, and within the next 1 or 2 years, we have laws that favor you. People in Kenya don't understand many things about diaspora. It is you to tell us how we can help you. You know, Senator Omutata, and no offense to him, as a single person, has probably brought more laws to Kenya than one whole parliament, because he keeps going to court all the time. In fact, at one point, he even sued me. I don't know if he remembers. He took me to court in 2018, but I won the case. So, what am I saying? You have the right people in this room. 2 may look like a small number, but it's a very effective number when you have Senator Okia Mutata. He'll deal with the Senate, I'll deal with the National Assembly, and together we shall conquer this monster called the Diaspora Act 2024. Have we agreed on that? Is that a resolution? The second area is about mobilizing. I think you need to be more aggressive in mobilizing to pull together. Individually, we are able to do many things, but together we can do much more. And I like what you've said, the investment vehicle that you're calling a bank. And here we are not even talking about competing with Equity Bank, but you're talking about having something similar to a venture capital fund or a hedge fund. And I think this is the way to go. If we take nothing else from this meeting today, let us take those 2 things that I've told you about. The Kenya Diaspora Act 2024 and the investment vehicle that you talked about. Because listening there, you have all the solutions. When I came in the morning, I wanted to talk to you about investing in housing and all that nonsense, but I realized you already know it. So I've had to change my keynote address based on the circumstances that I found myself in. Lastly, friends, I think you should not get tired of organizing similar events. And I want to commit that when I'm able and given adequate notice, and now that I'm interested in pushing this legislative agenda for you, I'll always be available at short notice. I believe that investing is biblical. It's sad that the bishop walked out, because I was going to tell him that even the parable of the talents, you know that parable? It was about multiplying your wealth. Solomon himself in the book of Ecclesiastes tells us that we must divide our wealth into 7 portions or 8 portions. That is the diversification for those of us who've done MBA. So what you're doing is perfectly right, both in your eyes and in the eyes of the Lord. May God bless us. Amen.
we call that one that is going to crown the occasion and give us the main cause of this conference. I would like to welcome my sister from Wilpick Versions. Tafadhali dada, chikwajue hapa mbele. Mosmos. Bwistra, bwistra, that's what the Russian says. Walk in front and let us know why you're here, why you need us, what you do, and what is the community meaning to you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Esther Wajiro. I run a company called Wilpick Fashions. I bring authentic jewelries and clothes from my country because I'm very proud to be a Kenyan and I love fashion. And so I thought, what can I do to connect these two that are my home, Kenya and America? And because I love fashion, I decided to start bringing jewelries and clothes and dress women and spice them up with a Kenyan look. I sell from my house. I'm online, Instagram, Facebook, and TikTok. And we have a website too. I vend mostly to the American community because I want to sell my country. I want to show them what Kenya is. I want to show them what we are. And as I sell, I talk about my country too. And every piece you buy, we also give back to the community back home. I'm very passionate about young girls, and we give pads to girls who cannot afford pads. I am from Thika, and so I started with giving back in Thika, where I come from, mostly in the areas of Kiandutu, the slum in Thika. I work with a church that's around that area, and so they will look for the girls who need the pads, and I'll do what I can coming from what you have bought from our company. I also I just recently started working with young girls from Kibera who are trying to start business and become better. Oh dear, I forgot my phone to read what they're, I work with an organization that's already working with them. I have forgotten my phone to read the name of the company, of the organization that work with them. But I'm training them and working with them how to run a business and start as small as you can with what you have. And so we meet once a month with them on Zoom and just talk about life and what you can do with the little that you have. I come from nothing, and I started selling porridge when I was a young girl, and so I'm teaching them all those things, and that's how I am giving back to the community through my company, Wilpick Fashions. Thank you so much for those who have stopped there. We really appreciate every piece that you've bought. Thank you.
Hi, this is the time. We had Honorable Manduku come here and give us a sneak peek of what we are expecting. If you ask anybody about the courts in Kenya, the first person you think about is Omtata. That's a beautiful name. Our great lawyer. So I guess our attorney, Henry Ongeri, you got some few notes. You learned from the best. I hope you exchange the notes so you can learn from the best. And he's our great human activist. He's been out there fighting for us. Somebody will ask you, what have you done? For him, he has done it all. You heard what Honorable Manduku said. They got into loggerheads some years back, but here they are. That's how life recycles around, revolves around everything that we have. senator from Busia County. And the greatest title that we normally forget is somebody's daddy, is somebody's husband, is a community leader, is all that we are looking for. We just need 2-3 umtatas and you'll see what is gonna happen. They were socio-economic ventures. Together, let's put our hands together and welcome Muheshimiwa Honorable, wacha nimuite kikisi, Andrea Omtata. Welcome, karibu, karibu, karibu Mheshimiwa. He's walking majestically here and he's a man of action. He's carrying his tools wherever he goes. He has the computer, the pen is there, so I know what that means. Karibu sana Mheshimiwa.
Wakenya mupo? Hamjambo wote. Yes, it's a great honor to be here today. And when David invited me, there was this thing called, the theme was Diaspora Expanding Partnerships for a Brighter Opportunity. I could not get to wrap my head around it. It disturbed me. I would not understand what was expanding what. But I came along. So my name is Okio Mtato Koiti. I'm a senator of the Republic of Kenya, elected by the people of Busia. I'm not the senator for Busia. I'm a senator of the Republic of Kenya, elected by the people of Busia. There's a total difference between a senator for Busia and a senator of the Republic of Kenya, elected by the people of Busia. Just like my brother there is a member of Parliament of the Republic, is a member of the National Assembly of the Republic of Kenya, elected by the people of Nyaribari Church. Is it Nyaribari? Masaba, yeah. So that distinction is important in our narratives so that we realize that we are Kenyan first, then something else afterwards. Because when we make the law, when you vote on the law binds all Kenyans. The decisions we make bind all Kenyans. So that's what brings me here. As a politician, I used to belong to Ford Kenya, led by the Honorable Moses Wetangula. And we had agreed that in the elections of 2022, we would make the third force and force a runoff, then have a sober discussion on who would form the next government and choose to support that particular party, because neither ODM nor Kenya Kwanza had the muscle to go over the bar. Along the way, an earthquake happened, and some of us who can't thrive in earthquakes decided to take a walk. So, out of conviction, I said I would not join either Kenya Kwanza or Azimio. So I quickly formed a contraption using university students, because I could not get any network better than students. So I got students together and we said, I want to form a political party. I need members. I need the officers. And each one of you comes from a county. Your homes will be the officers of the party. And you are going to recruit your neighbors to be members. And in a very short time, we were able to register a political party called the National Reconstruction Alliance. I ran on that party. I succeeded in Busia with, I think I was the individual who got the highest number of votes in Busia as an individual.
And we have got MCAs across the country. Even one of your people came, although she came late, she ran on my party, called Dr. Judy Mora from Minneapolis. She was a candidate on my party, or on our party. So I have got the National Reconstruction Alliance. Inside here, I have a son who is studying at Georgia Tech, Murtala. Stand and wave so that people can see you. That's my son. He's a student here at Georgia Tech. Now, I have listened very, very keenly to the very, very important undertaking. I wouldn't call it a proposal. The way it was presented was an undertaking by the Honorable Manduku to sponsor a bill on diaspora issues. And I told him when he came down that I will co-sponsor that bill. Because it's a bill that would require the endorsement of both houses, so that as the National Assembly works on it, the Senate will be waiting to pass it, so that it can pass. So, Honorable, thank you very much for that undertaking. Now, I also ran a forum called the Kenyans for Justice and Development. My conviction is that we need justice in Kenya and we need development. And it's inspired by an encyclical, which by the way, I'm Catholic, so sometimes I find my inspiration in the teachings of the church. So in 1967, Pope Paul VI published an encyclical. In his catechism, he reflected on the question of peace in the modern world. And the encyclical is called The Development of the Peoples. Usually, the first 3-4 words of the Pope's letter form the title, a very messy state of affairs. But inside that encyclical, he pronounced one thing, that the new name of peace is development. The new name of peace is development. So, development is very, very important for our existence on earth. And even in Kenya, if you look at the more developed areas tend to have less strife. The less developed areas have a lot of strife. And a lot of strife is driven around scarcity. So a forum like this, which seeks to create new wealth, because when you are investing, you are seeking to create new wealth, is for me a very, very important forum. As an act of faith, it's a call to share in the kingdom of God. And the kingdom is not a place of poverty. So the kingdom of God is among us, and I can see the diaspora playing an important role in that. So it gives me a great honor and a privilege to join you fellow country folk to be part of this great event under the theme Diaspora Expanding Partnership for a Brighter Opportunity. First and foremost, I want to acknowledge and appreciate the crucial roles that the Kenyan diaspora is playing, particularly in advancing our common welfare. And to be specific, the economic transformation through diaspora remittances. We have diaspora remittances and we also have local remittances because the Kenyan state has basically failed. So the middle class is subsidizing the state. You will get in Nairobi today, in Mombasa, in Kisumu, in Nyeri, in Marsabit, in Maralal, wherever, in Lodwar, those who have got some salary or some form of income, money income, send money out to their relatives, to their friends. Somebody is sick, somebody needs hospital, somebody needs school fees. And they are doing all this, and the middle class which is sustaining the Kenyan state. If you stop doing that, the Kenyan state will collapse. There will be a revolution. So we are sort of putting a palliative or putting some balm on the wound that is a failed Kenyan state. So the middle class is doing a very, very important job. So these remittances you send are preventing a revolution. They are preventing an implosion because the Kenyan state has failed. So we really are, personally, I'm very grateful for the remittances. And today, it is not tourism, coffee, or tea, which are Kenya's leading foreign exchange earners. It is the remittances you make from the diaspora. This inflows of hard currency have increased in the last 15 years. And the data I had is, I think, about 4 billion in 2011. That is, I mean, $4 million US in 2021. And that is a very, very important source of hard currency, because it accounts for about 3% of the total GDP of Kenya. We are told that we have about 3 million Kenyans in North America and Europe. Who sent that money, who sent quite a bit of money last year to Kenya, and that earned the country a lot of foreign exchange, which also stabilized the country internationally. It gave us a stable economy, because without that money, maybe we would see what is happening to other countries. And since I'm in Atlanta, I want to appreciate also Atlanta, the city of Andrew Young. I've got a friend, maybe some of you know him. He's called Mr. Julius Okara. He was an aeronautical engineer who worked for East Africa Airways and later Kenya Airways, rising through the ranks to the position of managing director and chief executive in 1985. Mr. Okara tells me, and we talk quite a bit, he's one of my inspirational sponsors, inspires my thinking quite a bit, and he keeps on challenging me to do this or the other. A very decent human being. So Mr. Okara tells me that he was very close friends with Andrew Young. And in 1985, when Young was mayor of Atlanta, he advised Okara, when they were working on the Jomo Kenyatta International Airport, the new thing we have from Embakasi when they were doing those, improving it, to model Jomo Kenyatta International Airport on the Hartsfield International Airport in Atlanta, whose development Young was championing. And that is what inspired what in Kenya is called the JKA Greenfields Project, which painfully failed due to corruption. You can see what the Hartsfield Airport in Atlanta looks like. That's what Jomo Kenyatta International Airport was supposed to look like. They did the model, they preserved the land, everything was done. Yes, corruption killed the JKA Greenfield project. Today we don't have the JKA Greenfield project, but that's not all. We owe the Chinese billions of shillings for having constructed the Greenfields airport at JKA, which does not exist. So that's the tragedy. That's why we are not developing. It's not that we don't have an idea of what to do. That's why we are not developing. So if you can see what Hartsfield is, with all that greenery and all that planning, that's what Jomo Kenyatta was conceived to be and was supposed to be the main hub on the African continent. Today, Hartsfield is the main hub in the world. It's a leading airport in the world. So, that is the price of corruption. That's the price of cartels. Who can sit somewhere and say, so-and-so is going to take that office, and they put the person in the office. We're going to say this and that. Irrespective of the merits, irrespective of due process. So when I come back to the Senate, I know I may be bombing rubble. Most of you know this. The territory of Kenya is divided into 47 counties. Kenya has one national government and 47 devolved governments. At the national level, the counties are bicameral parliament composed of the Senate and the National Assembly. Under the Constitution of Kenya 2010, the Senate represents counties and protects and promotes the interests of the counties and their governments, including by determining the allocation of national revenue among counties and exercising oversight over national revenue allocated to the county governments. So to ensure, one of the things we are doing in the current Senate, we are fighting for self-reliance in the counties. We want the counties to stop depending on national government for co-funding. We want the funding from the national government to just be a small percentage of what the counties have. So to ensure that counties are self-reliant, the Senate has gone out to enhance business opportunities, especially in support of micro, small, and medium enterprises. As a result of this, I sit on the Senate committee for Justice, Legal Affairs, and Human Rights. I sit in that committee. And that committee, we looked at what could be causing, what could be holding the counties back. And we found that there's no legal framework, legal and policy framework to drive investment within counties. There are very many bottlenecks. So we are working on several bills, which are, all of them are at the in the second reading. They have been taken to they are at the second reading. So there's a startup bill, which is the Senate Bill number 14 of 2022, whose main objective is to provide a framework to encourage growth, sustainable technological development, and new entrepreneurship and employment. The bill aims to create a favorable environment for innovation that will attract Kenyan and international talents and capital. The other one is the County Licensing Uniform Procedures Bill, which wants to create a mechanism whereby licenses, you have just talked about being double taxed here and there. We reached a point whereby counties sometimes are not recognizing licenses by other counties, so it makes the environment very toxic. Even like if you're transporting material from one place to another place in the country, they charge you cess here, they charge you cess the other side. So we're trying to deal with that through this County Licensing Uniform Procedures Bill 2022, whose primary purpose is to provide a national legislative framework for uniform procedures for licensing various activities by county governments. It will promote certainty in the licensing process in all counties and encourage private sector players to do business in the counties. We are also having the prompt payment bill, one problem that has come around and that has destroyed businesses is that you have come as a new animal that has been introduced in our lexicon called pending bills. Under the law, it's impossible to have a pending bill because the law is very clear. The Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act of 2015 states in very clear terms that you cannot procure when you don't have money. So how do you end up with a pending bill? So we are trying to follow up that by coming up with a prompt payments bill to ensure that when services have been rendered, it will be a criminal offense for a businessman or an enterprise not to be paid within a certain period of time, so that we eliminate this issue whereby, because of corruption, people have been able to manipulate the IFMIS. They approve projects through the IFMIS. Then once the money is released, they avoid them. Then they get to procure things on the side, which they pay promptly. Then because the other thing had been approved in the IFMIS, they only avoided the payment, but the fellow goes ahead and does his work. And you also invoices, and then you find that you have got pending bills. And I think Nairobi has got, pending bills running to 95 billion shillings, Nairobi County. My small Busia has got, 2 billion in pending bills. So the other bill we have is the Konza Technopolis bill, which is to provide for the establishment of the Konza Technopolis and the establishment of Konza Technopolis Authority to administer the planning, development and management of the Konza Technopolis, and among others. So all these things are being done to create investment opportunities. We are also aware that Kenya has introduced its first licensed investment fund for citizens living overseas in a move that's expected to channel more of the diaspora money into development projects across the country. We need to pay attention to this fund. And you as the wearers of the shoe, even as we wait for this bill to come, you need to interact with this fund and see whether it serves any purpose, and if not, how it can be made to serve a purpose. So that you can now make investments through the African Diaspora Asset Managers Fund. There's also that animal which has been created. You also need to interrogate these African Diaspora Asset Managers as an investment firm that has been granted the first license of its kind for a diaspora fund by the Kenyan Capital Markets Authority. You need to look at this animal and see, does it serve your purpose? Or is this another way of frustrating your efforts? And of course, we want to move further. Even at the airport, we would like to see Kenyans coming from outside being given treatment like other countries treat their citizens, preferential treatment. But we treat our people like they're skunks. So we need to look at that and make sure that our people appreciate and give you the right you deserve, because you are citizens. You are not tourists. You are citizens. And being a citizen is the highest office you can hold in Kenya. Because it is citizens who can choose a president. A president cannot choose a citizen. It is citizens who can fire a president and stuff like that. So I would really encourage you to look at these vehicles that the government is setting up, to interrogate and audit them, so that if there's any way to improve them, we can improve them. If there are rogue institutions, we get rid of them and come up with something better. Yeah, the government of Kenya has also come up with the industrial parks and is establishing industrial parks across the length and the breadth of the country to spur the country's economic growth and industrialization. The parks are designed to attract investment, create employment, and boost exports by overcoming constraints that hinder industrialization. Industrialization processes such as limited access to infrastructure, technology, and finance, as well as high production and transaction costs stemming from lack of infrastructure. For example, there's land in Busia which I recovered from some Buenyenyes after I fought them in court for 8.5 years, in the High Court and in the Court of Appeal, and I won the case, and the land was returned to the public. The land is 843 acres. So that land, the government is setting up they want to do something like an export promotion center, export promotion authority center. They also want to put there a special economic zone, something like what you get in Dubai, so that these smugglers of minerals from the Congo can come and process them there and give us jobs instead of taking everything to Europe and wherever they take it. But that's on the lighter note. But we want to create a free economic zone. And now around that industrial park, we are pushing, I'm personally pushing for an airport. We are not going to have that heavy investment with an airport in Kisumu. So we have set aside about 200 acres for an airport in Busia. We are also saying we are not going to have this business of when there's a bit of rain, power disappears to serve that industrial park. So we are setting up a substation. For those who are familiar with the power arrangement between Kenya and Uganda, we've got this heavy 132 kVA power line that goes to Nairobi. The government has agreed that they will drop it. They will put up a substation in Busia to serve the industrial park, to stabilize the power supply there. And also, within the industrial park, we are pushing for special rates. So that if you invest in that industrial park, you don't pay the rates people are paying out there. We want you to pay very low rates so that you can compete with manufacturers in Egypt and manufacturers elsewhere, so that we have these exclusive zones whereby you are given incentives to invest, because the cost of power in Kenya is basically abnormal. The cost of energy makes no sense. You can't even talk of investment with the kind of energy we have now. So to come around that, we're trying to create that. So I'm just giving this as an example to show that the country is opening up for investment, and the parks are an excellent opportunity. These industrial parks are an excellent opportunity for the diaspora, if you can put together some money to invest in these things and grow your capital, instead of the Chinese coming and investing in those things because they've been locked out of AGOA and whatever. They come and masquerade like they are us who are manufacturing, and then they make use of our opportunity. Now, with the US being the largest market for Kenyan exports, you should think seriously about the industrial park model as an opportunity for investment. So that if there's an industrial factory or something to be set up, you could also come and look around and say, what is being set up in the industrial park in Busia, or the one in Washingishu, or the one in this place in Sagana. They are doing, I think, 4 of them, with the Busia one being the biggest, given the location with the East Africa, the Great Lakes region and what have you. So you can also come and look around and see what you can do. There are housing components in the industrial park to house the workers. And each industrial park, like the Busia one, is expected to host about 50 to 60,000 workers. So you can see the kind of demand on infrastructure and services that generates. And it will be better that if you could invest in and grow your capital, instead of us getting the Europeans to come and invest there and grow their capital. So I request that as people have said here, the diaspora engagement should not only be through remittances, but should also take on other material and symbolic forms, either through the diaspora organizations or through investments. You remember the airlift that Tom Mboya did. You could also come up with a model that doesn't basically look the same, but something that evacuates our people to come and gain the kind of skills that this country offers. This is what the Asians have done. They flocked to America and got a lot of skills and went back and did a lot of work. So we could also, the diaspora could be a ladder or an aircraft through which we could get some of our talented people to come and learn skills and whatever, and even movement of labor. We should stop talking of a brain drain and look at how, with the modern technologies and the country having, the world having become a global village, how our labor can also be mobile with comparative advantages, and we reap from the global economy. So in this regard, our government, policymakers, and stakeholders are keen to providing an enabling environment for business opportunities by implementing supportive policies, improving access to finance, and de-risking lending, training and capacity building programs, and facilitating market access. So by nurturing the growth and development of medium and small scale enterprises, for example, our economy can unlock their full potential for sustainable economic growth, job creation, poverty reduction that involves very, very organized and purposeful engagement of the diaspora. By nurturing the growth, so in this regard, I would encourage you that you get to get a proper handshake with the country and move forward. The picture is not rosy. The picture is not rosy. A lot of things are wrong, but the fight has begun. We have to clean the Ghanaian stables, even if it means changing the course of rivers so that they can flow through those stables to clean them. It will happen. And that is where we are going, and that means we are going to pay very particular attention to the budget-making process. The budget-making process in Kenya has been used to scam and steal from the public. I think my going into Parliament opened my eyes. I used to think that the budget was handled in a manner that is provided for in the Constitution. So from the year I was there, what I saw happening was terrible. And that's why, for those who remember, when I was in Busia, and President William Ruto was sitting, when I was given a chance to address the group, everybody had been praising him. I stood up and told the president, these people are lying to you. And if you don't do the right thing, we are going to fight in court. And you have seen the fight. Because Kenya is too small and too insignificant for the world community to care. If today an earthquake happened in Kenya, a few planes will be flown from Europe and America and wherever, they will stop, and then they'll forget about it. Once the news leaves, the headlines will be gone. The people who care about Kenya, the people for whom Kenya is too important to fail, is you and me. For the rest of the world, we are insignificant. For they would rather that we failed so that they can take over our assets. They have no enterprise, they have no interest in our success. Right now, the IMF has come up with policies that will, at their least, will disindustrialize the country. Industry will fail. Government is being pushed not to invest in education, in health. Energy is being overtaxed. Production is going to grind to a halt. And we must come and look at Article 1 of the Constitution of Kenya, which says the people are sovereign. When did the IMF become sovereign in Kenya? So we must stand up and demand our space. Those of you who are old enough, remember what they call the structural adjustment programs, how it destroyed our economy. And here now we have another monster. They are flattering the president as if he's a spokesman of Africa. But for me, when the West cheers you, be afraid. And our country is facing a major threat. We are borrowing. When I opposed to Uhuru for borrowing recklessly, many people called me a busybody. When you said that even Moi, whom we called was an ignorant man, we claimed was not educated, did not touch a commercial loan. And then the so-called educated came into power, and they went for loans. They went on a spree of borrowing, and they were borrowing commercial loans, and they were borrowing not to develop the country also. They were borrowing to steal. We have evidence that things like the Eurobond was borrowed. The first Eurobond was borrowed. The money was stashed abroad with the aid of some of the countries we think are very, very democratic. The money was stashed abroad, and the budget was balanced by borrowing on the domestic market. Kenya is right now facing a debt stress. These Eurobonds and whatever are maturing, we require to pay about $3 billion, which we don't have. But the tragedy is not in that. The tragedy is that when you take the documentation of the central bank, which is available online, and you take the documentation of the National Treasury, which is also available online, and you look at the debt question, you find that the money that has been borrowed, the money that the central bank has released to pay our debts is greater by 1.3 trillion, and yet we still have debts, which means somebody has been taking money from the central bank and not paying the debts. And these people we have to get them. And if we make it our goal to make leadership, political leadership accountable, Article 226, Clause 5 of the Constitution of Kenya is very clear that if you are a politician or a public officer, and public funds are lost in your custody or are used against the law, you are liable whether you are in office or out of office. We need to begin invoking that article so that what is ours remains ours. Because if we don't destroy corruption, corruption is going to destroy us. Theft from the public. The Atlanta International Airport is here, the Hartsfield. Where is ours? That was conceived at the same time and designed to mirror each other. We are paying a debt for that airport that doesn't exist. Our country cannot take off if that happens. So we must go to war, and we must take war to those who steal from us. We know they have captured state, there's almost total state capture, but we'll deal with it. Even the case I'm telling, when I went to court, and I made my case, I argued my case, and I convinced Justice Mugure Thande, who had only been transferred to Nairobi for her 3-year tour. She had only spent 7 months. I convinced her, and she gave me orders suspending the Finance Act. 7 days later, she had been thrown out of Nairobi to Malindi, where she's going to deal with the fishermen and stuff like that. She cannot exercise her intellectual prowess. So when a country does that, then you should know that you are treading on very thin ice. And we must get our country back. We must get our institutions back. We must support the likes of Mugure Thande, who can stand in public office and say that this is the law, and not the president, not anybody will intimidate me. So that's somebody who is suffering for having taken a very clear stand on what the law of Kenya says and what it says about the budget making process. So fellow countrymen, we have got a lot of work to do, but we don't lose hope. Because even in the Bible, if you read your Bible, you'll find that God always raises a remnant that saves Israel. And if you go back to our Bible, in the book of Genesis, Adam and Eve were given dominion over everything. And they were put in paradise. But they were not given dominion over themselves. They were told, you will be governed by the law. And the day they broke the law, they lost paradise. So if only Adam and Eve had said no, we would be in paradise today. Even for us, if you look at the Christ, when the Christ was faced by temptation, if the Christ had said yes to the devil and bowed down, we would have lost salvation. So let us defend our law. Let us have the habit of upholding our law. Another important thing that I see in the Bible is that before God helps you, he asks you what you have. You saw about Moses, they asked him, what do you have? He said, I've got a rod. And that theme runs throughout the Bible. Even the wedding at Cana. They asked, what do you have? They said, we have got water. And the water was converted into wine. When you go to the miracle of the fishes and the bread, Jesus asked his apostles, what do you have? They said, there's a young boy here with some bread and whatever. He multiplied that bread. So for us, what do we have that God can use to help us? And that's the question we must answer. And I think we have the law. Let us enforce the law, and God will uplift us. Thank you very much, and may God bless us all.
Now we know why they call him the lion of the parliament. Makofi tena tafadhali. You know, I wouldn't have had it any better than what we've had today, especially the two lovely gentlemen from Kenya that have committed here on record today that they'll take the cost of the diaspora via the Diaspora Act 2024. So those of you that have participated, please let's take this on. It's a great opportunity. Let's seize it. Let's not squander it. Let's push it. We now have 2 allies, at least confirmed allies, in the Kenyan Parliament and the Senate, that is. So let's make use of it. You will be talking more about it in the coming days and weeks and months, and push for our agenda as best as we can until it becomes real and it becomes law, because it's way long overdue. Now, with that said, I think we're coming to the end of our program today. Actually, the rest of the summit, for that matter. At this point, I once again want to take the opportunity to thank all of you guys, for coming. You could have been elsewhere, but you chose to be here. It's not the number of the tables filled that matter. I am extremely encouraged by those of you who are here from wherever you came from out of the state, because we do have Alabama here, right? Alabama, by show of hands. Do we have Colorado? I didn't hear Colorado. Okay. We have California, right? Friend James, thank you so much. We have Equity from Kenya, of course. Let me see. What about Minnesota? Of course, we have Minnesota, right? Yes, our lawyer is in town. Yep. So at this point, I want to take, we have what we call usually we end this event with recognitions and appreciation for those of us in our community that have contributed to our success. And that goes to just all of you. But I'm going to ask, did Bishop ever, did Bishop? Oh, you had to go somewhere. Okay, because I was going to. So what I'm thinking we'll do, Honorable Manduku, did he step out? So I'm going to do this. I'm going to ask Senator Kia, please, if you don't mind, if you would do the honor of at least taking, awarding some of these certificates of recognition we have. If you could just please come forward one more time. And so just a minute. We have them back there. Brandon, can you bring those over? Lily, can I borrow you for a moment, please? We'll make do what.
I brought some Kenyan tea for those who might be interested in local Kenyan tea.
Thank you so much, Senator. He brought us a lot of Kenyan tea. And he's saying, for those of you that might be interested in it, but he's handing it over to me, and I'm taking it off. No, we'll share. Thank you so much, Senator. So I think what we'll do, I was hoping that we'll have the, where's the, Brandon, you're going to help us with the camera. Okay. Yeah, yes, yeah, just grab them. Okay. So we'll try and make this really quick. If you hear your name being called, please come up the step, the stage. You'll grab your certificate of appreciation, and it'll be handed to you by Senator Kiyom Tata, and then you'll have a picture taken, and that should be it, right? So well, I think what we'll do, just you want to read? Oh, Brandon, move that stage a little back so they can walk this way, which is brighter. Should be good. Okay. Do you want to call the name? I'll call. You tell me the name. I'll call it, and then when they come, the senator will hand them and take a picture, right? So what's the name we have now? Oh. Okay, is Remitly back there? Okay. Please come receive your certificate of recognition. And once again, thank you all, Remitly, for supporting this event. We couldn't have done without a lot of your support. So come grab your certificate for Remitly from Senator, what do you want to do it? And you want to take? Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Oh, don't go too fast, because the next one says Margaret Ngatia. Yes, you can come around. Yeah, Margaret has been very supportive of this initiative. Yeah, you can put that on the table. Yeah. And we just want to appreciate all that you do to help us, and for the work that you put in putting all this together. So thank you so much, Margaret. Got that? Okay. And can we please have Equity Bank? Somebody from Equity, either Jeff or Julianne. Say what? Oh, it's more bright. Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's right. Sorry. Thank you for that. Okay. Equity has been very supportive, and we just want to say thank you so much for all your support. Yeah, you take a couple pictures for them. Thank you, Equity. Thank you, and we hope to see you again next time, of course. All right? Yeah, okay. Thank you. And where's Michael Carew? Did Michael come back? Not yet. Yeah, just step it aside for me. And then the one we have. Oh, okay. We're gonna save it for last. Okay. Yeah, we want our Wakili Henry Ongeri. Please come. Wakili has been appealing our community, supporting us, and being a part of the process. So thank you so much, Wakili. Yes, sir.
You're hired.
I know, right? Thank you, Wakili. Thank you. Yeah. And this goes to our friend, traveled all the way from California, James Kenyaru. Please, James, join us. Thank you. I know, right? Thank you. Really appreciate all that you do. It's good. All right. Got it? As best as you can. Zoom in. Thank you, gentlemen. And the next one goes to our buddy. This guy, we've known each other for, a long time. Muia Njoroge of Africa Shipping. Thank you, Jay. Thank you so much. That's the best. We're going to save that for, we're going to hand that to him. Okay, yeah, put that there. The next one we want to recognize is Madam President. Is she still here? Vivian Taha. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, please, Madam President. Okay. I know, right? That's right. Yeah. Okay. And last but not least, we want to recognize Dr. Jacob Ongaki, please. Yes. What else? And this one, before you go, we have a 2-for-1 deal. Huh? Yes, I know.
Buy one, get one.
Yeah, I know. But here we have one that for our best buddy, she does a lot of marketing for us. And this goes to my friend Lilian Ongaki, a.k.a. Lily. Yes. I know. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
I know. I told you. You know. You buy one, you get. Thank you. And this one, I don't know how we're going to do this. Do you want to announce it? Because I want to hand it over to our senator.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, you want to read it?
Yeah. And this one here goes to the Honorable Okia Omtata Okiti. Did I get that one right? Everybody, please give a hand of applause to our Mheshimiwa right here for what he's doing for our community. And thank you, Honorable, for coming and traveling all the way from Kenya up to here. Do us the honor, Mr. David, and give it to our Mheshimiwa. Thank you.
There it is. Fully stamped and approved. Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Senator. Thank you for all you do. Thank you, sir. This one's, I think we'll keep them. Yeah. So, this letter. Okay. Michael, how many do we have left? 3. Yeah, so the only other ones that we have left that we have not shared, we want to extend our honor to the Honorable Dr. Architect Daniel Manduku, MP Nyaribari Masaba, also to our Bishop, Dr. George Gigitai, and Michael Karu. We'll make sure that they get their certificates of recognition. And with that said, I believe this concludes. Before I say that, again, before you guys leave, please stop back there, support our vendors. They are sponsors and they are partners. Dr. Penny Njoroge has a nice book back there. And I think we shared the Cash App. They're very affordable, if you ask me. It's $15 a piece. So please, get you a copy if you can. If not, just share, send out the Cash App, and you can pick it either from us or from me, or she'll send it to you. And I believe as far as that is concerned, that this concludes the 2023 Diaspora Trade and Investment Summit here in Atlanta. Thank you, everybody, for showing up. Thank you for your commitment, and we will see you in the next one in the near future. Thank you all, and have a safe trip back home. And before thank you. Just a housekeeping, if you parked out there, you need a ticket, validation ticket, please see me. I have validation tickets for you for the parking space. It shouldn't be more than $5. Thank you, everybody. Thank you so much again. Okay. Oh, gosh. Sorry. You know, it's one of those things that you've been on so long, you even forget some of the people that have been part of it. I want to take this opportunity to thank my dear friend, Andrew Katuri. He's been on this thing all day, the cameraman right here. This is a great guy, you know. He's gone through so many adversities in the last year or so, but he just holds his head up high. He supports us. He's been part of this whole process. Andrew, bro, we couldn't have done this without you, my man. And thank you, and, you know, and God bless you, bro. And yeah, thank you.